Guys are going to. Over.
No, nobody's talking to me on my headset.
That's what we were wondering too.
Two boats just pulled in on one. here and check out the Spectator boats.
I like it. Let's do it. Buzz.
Your machine got you here, and the Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit will get you home. This compact tire filling kit comes with over 200 grams of CO2 for filling your motorcycle, side-by-side, and ATV tires. No batteries, no disappointment. The only US-made CO2 valve.
Get up, man. Bottle place closes in 10 minutes. Let's go cash it.
Yep.
Sure, yeah. It's like when I play golf.
got you. Coming right at you, I think.
Yeah, I'll get you now.
This is a cool boat here. Spectator. Holy shit. This fucker almost went into the Spectator.
Oh shit.
But as we look at the screen coming out of, this is coming out of the harbor, correct?
Yes.
And that is, that's relentless.
That's it.
You can tell that,
Out of the screen.
that profile. OC Racing on its white flag lap.
Yeah,
Irish Kevin's still holding sixth. Good run for Larry and Corey.
should be coming to a checkered flag for most of these boats coming through now. The only ones, the 300s, are not on their white lap here.
Yeah.
Maybe a few trailers like the Relentless and the Fuel One off some of these, but for the most part, we should be coming to a checkered flag next time through, especially for the winners.
I'm looking out on the outer leg. It's not on the screen right now. But Speed Marina's pulled away from NMBRV. But I don't know that they're going to catch Boat Floater on this lap.
Boat Floaters, he dialed in. He definitely had the right setups.
Now the Marker 1 team will get another chance to improve their performance. They go back out in bracket 500 in an open cockpit 30 Phantom. The 2 Conks boat, the 36 Spectre, one of a kind.
They're a lap down right now, just trying to pick up as much distance as you possibly can.
No reason not to.
Hey, you do what you have to do right now.
You're going to make the investment to come down here, run as many laps as you can.
Well, just for the overall thing of the championship, it's important.
Okay, so Relentless,
Still
are we
sitting
calling them
seventh.
7th?
I still have them at 7.
Okay. You are the mad statistician, so I'll follow your lead on that one. But here comes Team Woody.
They've got... Other than that, everybody's starting to take checkers here shortly.
I'm trying to figure which boat has the flags on it, because there's nothing.
I'm thinking it's the Cigarette Hawk right over there.
Oh, okay,
And that Cigarette Hawk now is what? It's got to be somewhere around 110 plus starts in its career.
Yep.
I believe it's somewhere around that. I think they hit the century mark last time they were down here, or some really big number last year, if I remember correctly.
But this Justice League boat is always one of the more popular ones in the parades and in the pits. The graphics are a big hit.
That's 8 for that Marker Marine there.
Yep, they're going to log their laps as much as they can.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're going to complete all the laps right now, taking 8th place. There's your champion. There's your winners right there, boat floaters.
Boatfloater.com. Speed Marine 2nd. Not by much either.
Yeah, they came on strong.
Kyle and Jay are not going to take it easy.
Now, the North Portal, what do you mean? That boat was running so well to see him fall off this far to 3rd,
well,
you know?
They might have had a little just something that they had to slow down, or... Now, Fuel Team is a lap down.
They're a lap down, correct. It'll be interesting to see if they get... Obviously, I think they're going to keep running, but I'll see. Interesting to see if they get the points for that.
Dixon Flannel comes in 4th. Very nice job in their first race together. Now, these are unofficial results because the Mod Vs have to go through tech, and the bracket boats have to hand in their GPS.
There's your winners of the 200 right there.
OC Racing takes first place. As they have done basically all year. I'm not sure that we've done a race where OC Racing didn't win. So kudos to them for staying as committed to the sport. Irish Kevins.
6th place in their debut here. Good job.
And that's Relentless you see on the screen, still completing their laps, wanting to make sure. Justice League.
Well, Relentless will finish on this lead lap here. They definitely were ahead of the checkered flag. Looks like there's the Punisher being towed in right there.
Oh, yep, that's too bad.
It was something happened on that second lap. They tried to push it, and they just never quite could get back into control. I wonder if it was something that happened with Relentless because both those boats fell way off.
Oh, I think that's someone out on the deck of the boat where it's being towed.
Yeah, I don't think that's any damage to the front of the...
No, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't like a pump that they put on there or something.
Yeah, right, to keep the water here. No, it definitely does look like one.
Usually, that wouldn't be the part of the boat where you'd be having to worry about like a bellows or something letting in water or something happening to the drive. So that's just, he had to go out there to get the rope.
Okay, pretty much.
To hook it up. But here's Irish Kevins.
We've all been there.
This boat ran as Watch Your Back with our medical director, Doc Jansen, and Brian Forehand.
That was a championship boat way back.
Yeah, this is the only canopy 29 fountain, I believe, there is. And these guys brought it back, and
Relentless taking 7th.
They went to Speed Marine, put in some good power, and the boat's running well. And here's your winner in 300. Chad Woody, Billy Shipley, the very popular Team Woody. Let's see if Herbot and Wee Hall can keep their boats together to get to cross the line. Neither one of them sounded particularly healthy when they came by last time. But Irish Kevins is getting a lot of airtime, so that's good for the sponsors. Here comes... Now, did H2O Performance get around Herbot? Yep, they did. No, that's a different class.
Fog,
My bad. Yeah, so they're still in 3rd place, but they completed the race. Wee Hall Boats.
They did jump in better. Herbot
Boats is now 2nd. I'm not seeing Herbot
I did not see Herbot come through, so the Wee Hall Boats stayed close enough to get through. Speed Marine's already finished. That was your 2nd place boat in the Mod V.
something definitely happened with Punisher because his engine hatch is gone. The boat's under tow, but there's no hatch on the back of that boat. I'm looking at it through binoculars. And
well, I mean, if you think about lap 2, where Relentless and Punisher were running, they were pretty much right there together with Speed Marine, and they both fell way off the pace. You know, and everybody else seemed to held on. So at that point, I'm just assumptions. You know, the only you can make here. That's good for 8th place there for Marker, though.
Gets through to 8th.
Race organizers are going to have to move this thing along.
Dixon ran an extra lap, I'm sure.
Yeah, they did run an extra lap. So did North Myrtle.
I'm sure the officials are telling them, hey, guys, no extra laps. We got 98 boats here.
Yeah.
Be accurate counting your laps. Don't run them.
And you got a harbor closure at 11:30, so they're going to be pushing the remaining boats out for this last start of the day. We're coming to you from the Mount Sinai Medical Center Outer Mole Vendor Village. Live coverage of the 44th Annual Key West World Championships from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. We're watching the remaining Mod V boats come through.
Yeah, Irish Cubbins ran an extra lap.
No, they all did, yeah, for sure. The only one that was on the official that could have run one more lap would have been the Fuel 1 team. They were a lap down at that point when the flag was being run, but they were pretty much simultaneous with it, so it'd be interesting to see if RWO allows that lap distance or not. But other than that, yeah, everybody else should be in, and we should be ready to get to this next one.
All right, we're going to take a break. We expect the remaining bracketed boats to come out, then we'll have an intermission and come back at 12:30 with the factory stock teams and the remaining national classes to finish up this first day. It's the Truman Waterfront Championship, and each team will be getting awards here at the Outer Mole ceremony today for their individual accomplishments, but obviously this is a 3-day point total for the overall championship, which continues on Friday and then on Sunday here in Key West. Back with more on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
Craft, professional risks, and more. You get one partner and a team that fights for you when things go wrong. Catch the XINSURANCE racing team at the Race World Offshore.
Yeah, we got you. We're just passing on the left there.
Roger.
Mark Spates built Extreme from 2004, and they have commissioned LSB Powerboats in Arnold, Maryland to build a brand new one, which is he's finishing up right now for next year. So this is the maiden voyage, so to speak, with the kill dolls of that hull in boatfloater.com.
Well, that's still the old boat that they're running now.
That's what I'm saying. This thing here in Key West is the last time they likely will be running that boat, and we'll have a new boat for next year. But boy, you got to wonder, maybe you don't want to let that thing go. It's running great.
Yeah, and you talk to the extreme aficionados, the guys who really know the extreme hulls, and they'll all tell you the bottoms are all the same. Whether it's the kill dolls, whether it's Steve Miklos's boat, or the new ones, The new ones almost look like they might have an aero advantage just because they're so sleek, and maybe they don't get as impacted by the wind.
Well,
but,
they do have the finishing touches that Brett Lilly puts on them. The newer technologies, the vacuum bagging. And Britt went and learned that from Peter Ledden at Skater. Right, and his steps are a little bit more intricate. And, and then the other boat that's not here that's you got to think about is the El Bandito Yankee Tequila boat, Steve Miklos' boat, which that bottom has been modified. It's got the Forte running surface. And it, so it's got a little bit of a strakeless bottom. When you look at it, there are strakes on it, but it turns a little bit quicker. But yeah, no, Eric, you're absolutely right. From the Generation 1 to the Generation 3, the mole is the same on all the extreme boats, from the originally built ones to the ones that Britt's built now. Well, like you said this morning when we were talking about the Cat 300 boat that's here running by itself, it's for sale. Run it down here, make it look good, price could go up. Same for Kildall's boat. That price just went up, probably. No doubt. That thing's competitive against all these new pretty extremes. Yeah, let's talk about our next boats that are coming out, and they're going to get them out real quickly, and I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe knock a lap or two off of these bracket class boats that are coming out right now, Eric. Yeah, we've got the bracket 400 boats, and this could be a tough one for all the other guys in the class, because Lane 1 in bracket 400 is Sarah's Racing Engines with Johnny and Jason Saris and their navigator Vern French, and they are so good at bracket racing. Lane 2, John Izzetti and Throttle and Jerry Hartman and the XINSURANCE Hartman. Lane 3, brand new boat. They cut 9 inches off the bow to make it legal for the class. So it's a 37-foot, 3-inch fountain. Shocker Offshore. Used to run as Black Pearl for people who remember that boat. Ray Evans, Chris Colson. Lane 4, oh, they're out. So Burning Man Offshore is a scratch, I believe. So that moves Simmons Marine, the 34 Phantom, with Jake Coons and Jason Zalecki into Lane 4. 5 would be the local guys who, God bless the crew at Lilly Sport Boats for getting the 29 Extreme Drink Naughty back on the water for owner Michael Flamea and driver John Geniak. And Team UK, the guys from across the pond in the 32-foot Phantom, Andy Foster and James Norval, round out bracket 400. Bracket 500 is a little more populated. Lane 1, we've got another team that's going to be tough to beat if they have the inside lane. It's Fran Bellatato and Tom Crowley and Run Runners. Lane 2, back in action. Darren Threlkeld and Jimmy Jensen. Lane 3, Alan Roloff's Tunnel Vision. Mike McColgan, the driver, was up until 3:30 a.m. putting in a new motor that Robert Bryant gets to throttle. Lane 4, Sweat Equity Motorsports. Greg DiRenzo, Ryan Beckley, and Connor Toomey will be navigating. Lane 5, Marker Marine, Bronx Phantom gets another shot at it in a 30-foot Phantom. Robert and Vincent Winoski. Lane 6, Fuel1Team.com, Damon Murata Jr. and Sr. 7, Agora Day Spa. This boat could be a sleeper in this race with Fast Eddie Simmons throttling and John Cohen III, the son of the founder of Superboat, driving. Lane 8, Tough Noogies, the brand new 30-foot Superboat with the Sarah's Racing 800. Matt Reska is the owner, or the driver rather, and Gavin Jafarian. Haverhill, Mass is on the throttles. And the lone entry in Cat 300, Connor Langheim and Ricardo Maldonado in Jackhammer. So what are you thinking, Joey? I mean, this looks like really good water for these boats.
Yeah. Going to be... You
got this washing machine right in front of us that we're looking at.
This is we'll see. And again, there's so many different types of boats running through these classes that it always makes it interesting and see. And we were looking at breakout speeds and everything like that. So it's about getting a good early lead and holding your spot and just kind of hanging on. It's going to be interesting on the turns. These races, I got to believe, are going to be won on the turns here through this. Especially on the outside there. If it's getting like this in here, that outside turn 1 and turn 2 is going to be really, really interesting to see how they are able to navigate it. And that's where I believe these guys are going to win here. Who's going to be in first will be determined right there.
I went out and visited their shop, but we've been covering them for a long time and watching them race, and you're going to be hard pressed to get out to turn one ahead of Saris Racing when they're lane one. Johnny Saris drives, his dad Jason throttles. They've been doing this bracket stuff for years, and they're very good at it. But you know what? Jason Zalecki's been throttling that 34 Phantom Simmons Marine for a long time as well.
Yeah. They're definitely veterans down here. They're a well-known name down in the Key West area, so that's one that you can't take them as a dark horse almost. You know, what they did every year, you throw it out. Key West is a big difference for them.
That boat ran Factory 2. It still has HP 100s in it.
Yeah, exactly.
It was twisted sticks, and people just love the boat. All the fans like it. They see all those checkered flags on it from all those years. So I'm wondering what we're, because I'm seeing a helicopter hovering over the boats where they're, but I'm not seeing orange smoke yet or anything. We're not getting any indication. So are we seeing a turtle? Are we seeing? So, yeah.
JW doesn't know either.
JW's our ears to the race control, but they're flying the course, so maybe they just had to clear the course. And we see the turtle helicopter in the air, and they will stop the race if there's a turtle or a manatee seen on the course. The folks here remind us that this is a sanctuary down here, and so you are racing under the auspices of the sanctuary, probably of NOAA being involved. You got the Coast Guard down here. So there's lots of people you got to keep happy to make this race go on. But
they're about to start. We're getting the
okay.
Getting the nod there.
The Naughty Beach, the Frames team. Did you see the videos on the Lily Sport Boats Facebook page of just all the work he did? Because that boat basically sunk. I think it was in Clearwater.
Right. Okay. Just about a month ago.
And they were. I mean, I think I was looking at Wednesday. There was a video of Wednesday night of them putting the motor in the boat.
Still getting it all together down here, even.
And it wasn't even down here yet. So it was. But here they come. They're coming out of the harbor, and this is your bracket 400 boats. And there's the Go GPS team. That's the UK team. So they put the Go GPS on the side. I think Rob Lockyer's just putting Go GPS on the side of every boat that comes over here with British representation. But we're watching the boats come out of the harbor. Black Pearl Shocker is out to looking like an early lead, but just out of your picture on the inside, we can see that Saris is right there, and so is Hartman XINSURANCE. So this is going to be a drag race out to the first turn. It's going to be who's going to know enough to let up when they get out there before they stand the thing up. And that's your 400 class start. We're going to be seeing the 500 boats in the Cat 300 go pretty quick because we've got that harbor shutdown. I can't imagine that harbor shutdown is going to happen in 9 minutes.
Well, I mean, the ferry is on. The thing is, it shuts down for the ferry that comes in from Fort Myers up there. So you've got to make way for that ferry to come through.
Yeah.
That's going to be the big part of it. They're going to alter route and have them come around the backside of Sunset Key there and in the backside there. But even then, you're on the backside of the
well, that's like
course
when they race up on like the Great Lakes, or I think it's St. Clair. You got to worry about the freighters, and those things throw a wake that comes for miles.
That's a different beast altogether. But yeah,
now we're looking on
screen. You're talking about a ferry that's not that big, but it definitely has come straight through into the port right there is where it really comes in.
Now we're looking on screen, and the Saris has just made the pass on Hartman XINSURANCE, and now they just moved to the lead. On the outer leg, that is a 33.
Here's your 500
Cobra up. that Jason Saris rebuilt. And here comes the Jake Coombs and Jason Zolke and the 34 Phantom that we spoke about. So they're making their moves. The guys who you thought would be at the lead when they come by are probably going to be in the lead. It's just going to be who holds what lane and how long, if they if everything's been buttoned down and nothing's going to have a hiccup mechanically. But that Phantom boat runs good in calm or rough water. Jason runs it very well. And there's the shocker. It still has the black pearl graphics on it. Looks like a 42 Fountain Poker Run edition, but it's actually, it was built as a 38. And it used to be an enclosed boat, and I'm pretty sure they cut the top off. So it's kind of a one-of-a-kind now.
Special edition.
With the shortened snout. You don't see the beak. And here's your bracket 5 start. And there goes Agora Day Spa and Tough Noogies, those 30 super boats. But here's Jason Saris and Johnny coming through.
Black Pearl's in there too.
Yep.
Simmons, there's 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, like we had said right there. It was.
Well, I'm a little surprised at Shockers right there, because that boat, they only bought it 2 weeks ago.
But it's still one of those ones. It's a try to treat. We know how it runs.
Yep.
So you know it runs well down here. You run it without any emissions.
4th place for Frame for the locals. Go GPS Team UK is in 5th. Where's Hartman? Because they were in the mix. Hartman might be the first casualty.
And you never know what happens out there. A towboat is headed that way, but I cannot see around everything there.
Yeah, we'll just have to keep an eye out.
Oh, looks like he's headed back this way, so not sure.
Yeah, and my screen temporarily went black, so we're going to have to call it radio style what we see. Coming out of the harbor, you've got Sarah's Racing leading over Shocker, and then Simmons Marine is still third as they head out to the turn 1.
That is
one of only 2 boats on the water today with a navigator. The other boat is the 28-foot Manta.
That's good old days of the navigators having to race all the way out and come back. There's Rum Runners. That's
Rum Runners leading.
Old Key's favorite there.
Yep, Rum Runners over Tunnel Vision. They're right on their tail. That's going to be a battle all week, I think. And here's Marker Marine, the Winoskis. Wow, back in action, 3rd. 524.
Tough Noogies was in 3rd there, but they dropped. 4th, and they dropped all the way back on that one.
But they're all so close together. Fuel One team is bringing up. But
7th, they're in 7th there.
But the boat I was trying to remember was Sweat Equity Motorsports, the only outboard powered boat here in bracket 500 with Greg Dorenzo, Ryan Beckley, and Connor Twomey, who was navigating, but may see some driving time as well during the week. We learned from Todd in his conversation with Ryan.
That was actually all 8 boats that came through there. There wasn't it, actually. I take that back. Fuel One is at 8. Thinking about it.
And we'll see if
because you had those 4 boats that came in side by side there. Tough Noogie, Sweat Equity, Agora Day Spa, and Back in Action were all, I mean, it was tough to call who was in 3rd and who was in 7th there out of those 4 boats. They were just might as well have been 3rd through 7th within seconds of each other, not even.
But now look who's coming out of the harbor, and look at the lead that Rum Runners has built up.
Well, he had a solid lead. He was in 1st place coming through, and he had a solid lead coming through, but you're right, he has expanded it over Tunnel Vision there, because Tunnel Vision had...
Yeah, that is a 26-foot flat deck Scarab, and somehow Marker Marine has gotten around everybody up in a second.
They were,
and now Back in Action is 3rd. Tunnel Vision's in 4th.
Yeah, they fell all the way back.
Sweat Equity's in 5th, and
so Mark Marine made that move. Well, Mark Marine was sitting there again. That was that 4th. So Sweat, that's the move. The Tunnel Vision. Something happened on that hairpin turn to drop them all the way back 3 places there.
Yeah, no, that's Tough Noogies, and I'm just wondering because they went into that turn in Key West Harbor so tight. I'm wondering if anyone had a little bit of a hiccup handling wise.
Here's your leaders in the 400 coming back through now.
Sarah's Racing still leading.
Yeah, coming right behind her. The Black Pearl's hanging strong there today.
Yeah.
But you're right. There was such a crowd down in that hairpin turn. That would have been crazy to see what was that like down there with all those 4 boats side by side.
Especially with V-bottoms trying to come through a turn. And a couple of them are stepped and a couple of them aren't. And yeah, so Simmons Marine still coming through in 3rd, but and here's Rum Runners again. We just had briefly a blip on the screen, but Framed is still in 4th. in the pits and you just see that kind of off-white hull side on the framed boat with a bunch of decals on it. That's where they did the repair.
Yeah, is that what it is?
Yep.
Okay.
They just didn't get a chance to match the
Pretty much a
paint,
Band-Aid, huh? They literally Band-Aided it.
Well, they put the, what is it, the Hangover Band-Aid place?
Exactly.
That's a sponsor of theirs now, so that's a perfect place for the graphic.
The Team UK is fifth there.
Yep. But you look at this Rum Runners boat, this is a 26-foot Larry Smith designed and built flat deck Scarab, which would have been a sister hull to Nigel Hook's Team Archer Marine back in the day. That's how long that boat's been around, and Franny goes through every inch of that thing after every race. He's so methodical and meticulous.
That Silverhook still has that, went for that run down to Cuba to try to break that record. Still, that's one of the more iconic ones for that Silverhook moments for them.
Well, we're watching the two lead boats in 400 head out to turn one. They're on the third of 5 laps.
Like I said, we never did see the Hartman boat come back through. And
no.
I'm trying to see if there's a boat being towed in, but here's Rum Runners coming back on the lead.
Rum Runners still leading.
But I do believe I see a boat being towed in, out between, from the turn 1, turn 2, in between out there, so that could be the Hartman boat that did not come back through there.
And now on your screen, wow, Marker 1 Marine is up to second.
Yeah.
Bronx Phantom.
Well, they made the second move. We saw him in second on the backside over there.
Back
562nd action, moved up to third.
Agora Day Spa and Tough Noogies are having a great battle in the 30-foot superboats going at each other. But
and Tunnel Vision, but something must, again, we saw them go really in well, and then also they came back out not very well.
Sweat Equity up
sitting sixth. 7th is your Fuel One team.
Yeah,
so
so
that Tunnel
Alan,
Vision was sitting second going into that hairpin turn
there
down
they
there
are,
3,
right there.
And they never came out of it quite right.
Alan
so that's
Roloffs is
all the way
in
off. Great start for them too. They were looking really strong there.
And the thing about that 28 Pantera is that's a straight V bottom, so that wouldn't have. I doubt it would have gotten upended in the turns like a stepped design could.
But it was so tight. If you went outside at all, or anything could have happened there.
A wake knocks you around a little bit.
Right. So that was definitely one of those ones that that was so tight between all those boats. Rum Runners had a clean lane. They were probably very fortunate. But when you have that many V's going in like that, something's going to happen. Something's going to go crazy. And sure enough, that's what happened.
But I was talking with Vincent Winowski from Marker 1 and Bronx Phantom. You remember the all-red Bronx Phantom canopied boat?
Right, yeah.
I raced against that boat here in 1994.
Trying to age yourself, what you're doing, in other words.
In Wizard of Oz, a 29 Warlock.
I think I was watching that as a high school student, that race.
That Phantom was fast. Yeah, well, I'm not young. What can I say? I think young.
Back in the day.
But isn't another of these 30-foot open cockpit Phantoms that have enjoyed a resurgence in bracket 500.
Yeah, that's definitely the Hartman right there that's being towed in.
Yep. And this Agora Day Spa. 30-foot superboat, Monty Klein power. That's a veteran team. The Tough Noogies guys are brand new this year. They built that boat new and put in the Saris power.
The frame hanging in fourth there.
Yep, still day one. One spot off the podium isn't a bad place to be. Keep it together. Make it easy on yourself for tomorrow and Friday. Have everything together for Sunday. You put yourself in the best chance. There is strategy that has to play out.
All these teams are pretty much going to be coming by 2 more times. That's all we're going to see them for this race before we go into the break here.
And here's the back in action.
I wouldn't even be surprised to see a flag fly early because we're already at the 11:30 mark. So
I'm looking for the ferry out there. That's Team UK. That's their third lap of 5.
And here's Agora Day Spa making a move on back in action for third place, I think, out on the way.
That's where they had him earlier.
Yep.
And she was battling with Tough Noogies there for a bit.
Well, you look at the size of that 30 Superboat compared to the 30 Phantom. That's a lot more boat, like we were talking about with the 700 class boats. And the Agora Day Spa, you're not going to find a guy who knows a superboat better than John Cohen III. His father builds them. And we're glad to see John Cohen here in person after he had battled some health issues. And speaking of guys who want to sell stuff, Jeff Girardi from Freeze Frame Video says if anyone wants to buy his whole catalog, he's open to offers. So maybe Daryl Cuttle wants to have a archive for IHRA now that he's getting involved in offshore.
Rum Runner's still going strong in the lead.
Yep.
I'd like to give a shout out to Rum Runner's sponsors, including the Southernmost Point Bar, Red Shoe Island Bistro, Key West Legal Rum Distillery, and Stevens Transport and Crane Service.
Yep. Agora Days moved into third.
Yep, Agora Day Spa's up to third place. And here comes Tough Noogies taking fourth.
And back in action's all the way down to fifth.
So the superboats are getting it together.
You know, this has been fun, though. You've seen this. Like, the only one, Rum Runners is the only one that stayed out front the whole way. Marker 1, you've had to see to make a run from early third place. They marked their way down. Agora Day started in 6th, 7th, that big mess, got down to third. You know, here, back in action was, now started, you know, back in there, got all the way to third, and now it's back in 5th and 4th. That's what racing's supposed to be about. It's been really a great class so far. And it's 6th and 7th that's getting tight here, too, that battle between the Fuel 1 team and the Sweat Equity.
Here comes Sarah's Racing, still leading 400. Vern French was just looking back to see where everybody's at. While we're talking about Sweat Equity, we wanted to mention their sponsors, Curry Refrigeration, Zarelli Homes, Conks in Paradise, Hogfish, Rustica. And that was Black Pearl. Shocker, still came through in second. And here's this Larry Smith flat deck Scarab bringing back memories for me when I used to race with Nigel. That boat was so fun to drive. But you know, Franny's got that thing so dialed in, and I think who's his driver? It's yeah, Tom Crowley, who also drives the RNS boat. So he's one of the guys doing double duty down here.
So you see the framed and the UK, the 443 and the 407 come through here. And then after that, we're going to be on checkered flags.
Yep.
So outside of the 407, we should be seeing checkers once the boats come back through here.
And here's Rum Runners making their move around the coming into turn 2 by the looks of it, out by the big trimaran sailboat. What's the name of that thing?
The Fury?
No, it had a different name on it yesterday.
I didn't see which one.
There's a few of them, so.
Yeah, Sunset, yeah, Fury, you got a few different ones down here.
But looking off camera at the guys in the Alan Roloff's tunnel vision boat, you feel for them after being up till 3:30 wrenching on it, and then they're sitting in the infield watching the other guys go by.
Well, should be checkered flags next time we see any boats here.
Yep. No, Class 5 would still have another lap. After
I have them at 4. They're doing 5. I have them at 4 laps, I thought.
Oh, they're doing 5. Yep.
Okay,
yep,
they're doing 5. I have them at 4 laps.
And I didn't see Jackhammer at all come out.
No,
for this,
I never saw Jackhammer come out at all today.
So Todd, you may be right.
Yeah,
they may only be Friday.
They would only run Friday. Get an official start so they can win the World Championship.
Yep. But I've watched this Rum Runners boat run in some very rough water this year. One of the races out on the Great Lakes, well, real rough on Saturday.
So the bracket 5 is running 4 laps then?
Yes.
They are running 4, correct?
No, they're running 5.
They're running 5 as well? Okay.
Yeah, it was Cat 300, so they're leading. They're on their
4th lap.
Yes.
So I thought they were only running 4. My
lap.
mistake there. I thought they were running only 4 as well.
Laura Dayspa's holding third. Let's see who comes through fourth.
Still a battle between the two. The back in action and Tough Noogie staying right side by side. And there's your checkered flag for sure. That's lap 5 right there, no matter what, for sure.
Yep, Sarah's Racing Engines, Johnny and Jason Saris. So Johnny really wants to get a title with his dad. That's very important to him, and so they're a third of the way there.
So this is what's keeping him from moving on then, Dad.
Black Pearl, Shocker in second.
Hey, look at that. Fuel One has moved ahead right there of the Sweat Equity. So Sweat Equity has fallen all the way back to 7th.
Oh, yep.
And that was, again, that bracket 5 is not disappointed in any which way at all. Some great racing throughout the rest of the fleet there. Outside of Rum Runners that has actually just taken control and gone. As we see him take off there, at least a, 10-boat lead there?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, I look at that boat and it reminds me of the old days of Archer Marine against Frank's Marine for the little 26 Corsa out of Miami with Frank Aroa. They had some torrid battles in the national class and A class.
Officially, because the breakout speeds.
All the results are unofficial. We're just telling you what we see. The local guys. Naughty. Was it Naughty Beach?
Naughty Beach.
Drink Naughty.
Tropical
Drink Naughty.
Rum.
Yep. All right, well, that's good. We
got our scissor lift finally working here.
Well, we've got our first 3 races in the books, so
everybody's got to get warmed up here on Wednesday, okay?
That's commendable.
Wow.
Take your victories where you can get them.
I thought this was the end of the race week. That's the way I feel. Oh, it's only been 3 races, but everybody raced very nicely out there. The Mod V race was really
a great race. This 500 race is not disappointed at all. I mean, we're going to have some exciting finishes still, I think, in this class. That Rum Runners got it up and away, but that battle for 4th, 5th between Tough Noogies and Back in Action has been fun since the opening lap. Those 2 boats have been battling since the beginning, so it should be a nice ending here to what has been a great race so far. And you got to think when Tunnel Vision came through. Here comes Team UK. But yeah, if Tunnel Vision doesn't go down, that makes it that bracket 500 even more exciting with what we're going through here.
Have you seen Fran Villatato?
I have not.
Okay. Have you seen the movie The Wrestler?
I have.
He's going to remind you of Mickey Rourke, of Randy the Ram.
Okay.
He's a big dude. And he's got hair down past his shoulders, and I think it's a cool if you can pull it off.
The old Scotty Magovich look, huh?
You used to pull it off, Colby.
I never had hair like that. If I was 2/3 that jacked, I'd be happy when I was lifting.
There you go, Rum Runners coming back in.
Yep. Wire to wire, first place. So far there is a little bit
of... Marine. Hey, Marker 2 ran a good race.
They did.
Got themselves in a good position and just ran smooth and just followed Rum Runners from there. And you know what? Agora Day had a great race too coming out of that mix. Yep. Sarah's still running extra laps right now.
Yeah.
I don't think there's time for any of that, guys. Oh.
Well, Eddie's...
Again, I'm still waiting to see the ferry come in.
Okay, Back in Action. Fourth place.
They ended up holding off Tough Noogies. I don't know whatever happened to the Noogies. That's the Black Pearl that's already finished their race.
Yeah,
the 400s, they did an extra lap.
They followed the Sarises to make sure.
Just in case, you never know. Yeah, we still have about 3 boats still sitting out there. So yeah, 4 boats I have.
Tough Noogies is coming in a little off the pace in 5th.
Hey, that's not a horrible day. It's enough to get you in place right there, you know.
first time racing in Key West. So.
And, you know, the fuel team right here, they started way back at the back there. Eighth place, they were way back at the back. And they slowly let everything, you know, the battle of attrition right there was a great way to come up and finish in 6th place. You know, after the tough start is very good for them.
That's the old bulletproof boat that won the national championship in the class. So you know it can run.
Sweat Equity now coming in 7th. And that will do it. That should be everybody off the course now for the morning races.
Well, guys, it lived up to the hype. A lot of action in just an hour and a half. Got it in almost on schedule. So now the harbor is closed for roughly the next hour. Around 12:30, we will get back to the rest of the racing and come back with more live coverage here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. So we'll be back with more. We're going to send it back to Fox Sports for a bit while we work through some issues here. But we'll be back right around 12:30 with more live coverage here in Key West.
Check, 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 check.
Yo, Jack. What up, dog? Woo woo.
Miami is the envy of all people in the amusement rentals business. I call it the hottest town in the hottest city in the country. In 1995, I bought my first bounce house. 25 years later and over 1,000 inventoried items, here sits Allstar Events. 98% of our business was backyard parties. But we got a couple of inquiries from municipalities, cities. But we also saw that some of the requirements were different than what we were used to in the backyard business, mostly having to do with insurance needs. So we started to say, okay, if we properly insured ourselves, would it pay off in the amount of business we could bring in? And that was a no-brainer. As we insuranced up, we saw more and more people come on, mainly because of our insurance provisions. So that was instrumental to our growth, absolutely, absolutely. Although it's fun and games, that's the nature of our business, it comes down to one thing, our responsibility to keep people safe. We don't take that lightly, from the snow cone attendant to the roller coaster attendant. So I felt like when I found XINSURANCE, I found a partner. And consequently, our claims have gone down considerably. Now we're in a place where we understand risk and we understand challenges. XINSURANCE saved my backside a million times over and puts me here as the #1 player in the hottest city, in the hottest town in the country.
Start that. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all of this. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. Success ain't no given, some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous, down, wonder when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank, I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze, the roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag, I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag, I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket, Houston, we got a problem, man. Perfect, let them watch me elevating, got them nauseous, cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit, nose diving in the house, and woo! Watch out, get ahead, watch out, get ahead, watch out, get ahead. Woo! Watch out, set it up, bet you I shut it down, watch out, get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner, got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare, I'm a line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all of this. You better move, you might get knocked out.
So this is the business end of these awesome machines. 2200 horsepower, you can have multiple different setups. We choose the Mercury 6 static drive. They do not move because we have a rudder. This is how you steer the boat. This is basically our rudder. This is made by Latham and it's a full system. There's actuator arms on the left and right, it's hydraulic steering. So as you steer the boat to the right, the rudder moves to the right, steer to the left, the rudder moves to the left. Pretty simple. But a lot of technology goes into just making this big hunk of metal. It's been shaved, tuned, and it's very, very sharp. The height of this rudder, depending upon the running surface of the boat, the height will determine how much bite we actually have when we go in with our prop selection. So if we need it to drag and dig a little bit, we'll drop it down. If we got some smooth water, we can bring it up and actually make it run a little bit faster. Most boats are built with skin coat, which is a chop strand mat. You start with your gel coat, then you go into a skin coat, usually 1.5 ounces. Could have more, could have less as far as your chop strand mat. Then you put carbon in behind that, and then you add in your structural laminates, which can be wood, composites, Kusa, whatever the builder wants to do. This one is carbon fiber with wood, carbon fiber in between each layer of wood, and then up to 26 to 40 ounces of carbon on the inside. That follows through all the way through the engine bay, tied in with stringers and bulkheads. Stringers run the length of the boat, bulkheads run perpendicular left and right to the boat. The bulkhead gives you separation and strength throughout the boat so that it can flex, but not too much. Stringers are what keeps the boat straight and strong on the water. So you have a linear strength and you have a width that all adds into the structure of the boat.
There's a lot of strategy with the fuel. You can run a little heavier weight. When we do that, we need to know exactly how much is in it, so we do it with 5-gallon jugs at a time. That'll allow us to keep the weight at the CG of the boat, which is the center of gravity. With fuel added, it'll keep the boat a little bit more stable in rougher water, or in a flat water race, we could stretch it to the limit and keep the fuel light, meaning that it's going to be a very close call when we come back in if we're going to run out of fuel or not, and that'll allow us in a flatter water race to carry less weight, which ultimately creates speed because we can go faster because we're not carrying weight.
Stock class, so we run a factory Mercury 500R. We run factory Mercury propellers, just like you would put on a pleasure boat, and our hull has to be factory produced. You have to be able to buy this hull in a pleasure boat or stock format. It's our 39 MTI hull, same as our pleasure boat. You're able to actually run these boats in the races, and you could also take it poker running. They have 3 seats you could add in the back. We can just basically insert the seat sections, and you can go pleasure boating for the weekend if you like. Pull it all out and go to the races, pass tech, pass safety, and get out here and go compete.
Yeah, so the Pro Class 1 is different from our Supercat in being that this is a Victory hull. This is a 4D 5-foot boat with it's 12.5-foot beam, it's 12.5 wide. Got a 72-inch tunnel versus a 66 on the Supercat. So the Class 1 boats have a bigger tunnel, longer running surface, and they're wider boat. This boat for propulsion is on BPM drives, which is a shaft drive. The number 6 drive is steerable versus this boat having a rudder on it. It's a different setup, and in our class, in Class 1, you've got boats that run on a number 6 setup. We've got XINSURANCE North, who runs a 6 that's locked with a rudder, so they cut the skegs off, rudder steers the boat. So we've got a multitude of combinations in this class that we're allowed to run.
So this is our 388 Skater, Dirty Money Racing. It runs in Supercat class. The Supercat class has 510 cubic inch naturally aspirated motors that everybody has to follow a big set of rules: cam lift, cubic inch, compression. Boats are between 36 and 40 feet long. They run upwards of 140 miles an hour, and they're the ones that are making all the noise on the course, show-stopping.
Your machine got you here, and the Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit will get you home. This compact tire filling kit comes with over 200 grams of CO2 for filling your motorcycle, side-by-side, and ATV tires. No batteries, no disappointment. The only US-made CO2 valve.
Pat, get up, man. Bottle place closes in 10 minutes. Let's go cash in.
Miami is the envy of all people in the amusement rentals business. I call it the hottest town in the hottest city in the country. In 1995, I bought my first bounce house. 25 years later and over 1,000 inventoried items, here sits Allstar Events. 98% of our business was backyard parties. But we got a couple of inquiries from municipalities, cities. But we also saw that some of the requirements were different than what we were used to in the backyard business, mostly having to do with insurance needs. So we started to say, okay, if we properly insured ourselves, would it pay off in the amount of business we could bring in? And that was a no-brainer. As we insuranced up, we saw more and more people come on, mainly because of our insurance provisions. So that was instrumental to our growth, absolutely, absolutely. Although it's fun and games, that's the nature of our business, it comes down to one thing, our responsibility to keep people safe. We don't take that lightly, from the snow cone attendant to the roller coaster attendant. So I felt like when I found XINSURANCE, I found a partner. And consequently, our claims have gone down considerably. Now we're in a place where we understand risk and we understand challenges. XINSURANCE saved my backside a million times over and puts me here as the #1 player in the hottest city, in the hottest town in the country.
To me, being a mountain guide is just the greatest opportunity to share my passion for skiing and climbing with people who are new to it. My main goal out there is to take care of and shepherd other people through the mountains, make sure that they don't get hurt, they don't get into trouble, guide them to places they always wanted to go but needed the skill set and knowledge of a guide to help them in accomplishing that goal. And then come back safe. No 2 days are ever the same in the mountains. Everything changes, the weather, the avalanche hazards. Not everything is really perfectly safeguarded. The mountains are an uncertain place. So it's a fine line, but I think when you can trust somebody and you do push them to a higher level, it's really rewarding. Ultimately, it's not a question of if any accident's ever going to happen if you're doing a lot of mountain guiding, but it's when. The knowledge that we have a really strong partner in our insurance company is essential. I'm helping my clients achieve great things in the mountains, achieve their goals in the mountains, and that's what XINSURANCE does for me. They were there for us when we needed them. They're providing an opportunity for us to go out and guide mountain climbing and backcountry skiing in the beautiful Wasatch Range, and that's something that I wouldn't feel comfortable at all doing without a great insurance company behind us. I know that I can trust them and I can go forward with confidence.
When you're up there and you're up that high, you're just floating. I don't know what a bird feels like, but I think it should be pretty close to that. We're Miami Beach Ocean Water Sports. We're a parasailing company. We've been here for the last 5 years. We really have a great time here operating. There's a lot of regulation and changes to the industry itself. Your insurance is really your first gateway to information. They're the people that cover you, the people that make sure that you're following the rules and you're protected. XINSURANCE, the guys are great, they help me out. They really call me every year to see any new regulation that I need to be under, if I need any help. So, I mean, the experience that I have with them has been fantastic. They're always there, and they're always actually reaching out to me. It's a good relationship. I wouldn't even want to try anything else.
Family first. That's just the way I look at it. And the family, my friends and employees are the ones that helped me get to what we are today. We are first responder, emergency roadside, major incidents, recovery incidents with the Highway Patrol, Department of Transportation, and our family and employees goes into a risk every day. There's no way that we can run a towing company without insurance. What I look for an insurance company is a company that can be partners with me and support when the unfortunate happens. Unfortunately, I did have a small incident last year. XINSURANCE got involved step by step, helped me how to get to it, pay the losses, make sure that I was secure, make sure that our equipment was correct, make sure that I was where I needed to be to go back to work. I didn't have to worry about nothing in my business because my insurance was handling the loss and it was right on top of the money. I can continue to worry about my business, worry about my staff, my family, and let the insurance do what they do best. As long as I stay in business, we will need insurance company.
We started our business from the ground up. We started it with a pickup truck and trailer, and to this day we run almost 40 trucks every day with over 50 employees.
We are a family-run business, meaning the key people that run our company, and we try to take care of their families as well as they take care of ours. Relationships are one of the most important things that we have in our business.
Our relationships with vendors such as XINSURANCE has been really proven to help us along the way to continue our growth and continue to succeed in business.
Well, insurance is the most important component to our industry because of the fact that we are so labor intense and equipment heavy. There's a lot of opportunities for things to happen.
As we grew our business, our truck insurance costs kept rising and rising. And what happened to us was we had a series of accidents, some self-inflicted, some of them by just vehicles on the street running into us.
7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 1, 2.
They're on the market. Nobody would write us except for XINSURANCE. We managed to keep our doors open, and we came up with a heck of a safety program with them.
And as we continue to grow and continue to do all these different safety programs and safety training classes, we've noticed that not just our drivers are safer, but our overall productivity has improved.
We knew that we could do better in our business, and a lot of our business problems were growing pains, and they were willing to take the time to learn our business with us and to listen to us. And we're very fortunate that XINSURANCE came through and give us the chance and willing to take the risk.
Without XINSURANCE, we probably wouldn't be here today.
I hear him chat to the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man so tough, but man's keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls let it tell me I'm
check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test, 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 test. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? A little hot. Bring it down.
You got me, Randy?
Put Eric up. Eric.
Oh, I don't have the other one yet.
Turn those guys up. Talk. Hey, hey, hey.
Cash money, Mike Cash.
All right, you really turned it. You turned it down more. Is that good? Check, check.
Check.
Do you hear me?
Check,
Do
check,
you
check,
care?
check, check, check.
Check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Cash that check. Eli's place, and they dressed the quarterback up and had him do that. Well, they did this, and it's based. This guy was.
Well, it's the guy from Top Gun Maverick, Hangman. And
oh
it's
yeah, okay,
not
sure. I didn't
easy.
watch Maverick.
And he was in Twisters too.
Yeah.
My name's Elias Garcia. Me and my team designed the 2025 liveries for the Pro Class 1 boats for XINSURANCE. Where we got inspiration is from Ken Block and his liveries. We wanted to show tribute to him with us all living in Utah. So we took a lot of what his creation was and brought it to what we have today. With our 2 wraps and our 2 boats, we've created something very spectacular that we don't think's ever been seen before on the race course.
Elias did such an amazing job with the design and the wraps. You know, we got semis everywhere, staggered trailers. I don't know if you've heard the speakers on this thing, but it's going to be the showstopper.
Love the new look. It's awesome. It's cool to change it up every couple years too. So this fits right into my style.
Elias did a phenomenal job of tying it all together.
I really don't like them.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get a no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all of this. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. Success ain't no giving, some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous, down, wonder when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank, I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze, the roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag, I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need the brag, I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. Plus a family, you do the math, I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we watch out, get ahead, watch out, get ahead. Woo! Watch out, set it up, bet you I shut it down, watch out, get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner, got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare. I'm a line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get it, no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out.
So this is the business end of these awesome machines. 2200 horsepower, you can have multiple different setups. We choose the Mercury 6 static drive. They do not move because we have a rudder. This is how you steer the boat. This is basically our rudder. This is made by Latham, and it's a full system. There's actuator arms on the left and right, it's hydraulic steering. So as you steer the boat to the right, the rudder moves to the right, steer to the left, the rudder moves to the left. Pretty simple,
out there.
But a lot of technology goes into just making this big hunk of metal. It's been shaved, tuned, and it's very, very sharp. The height of this rudder, depending upon the running surface of the boat, the height will determine how much bite we actually have when we go in with our prop selection. So if we needed to drag and dig a little bit, we'll drop it down. If we got some smooth water, we can bring it up and actually make it run a little bit faster. Most boats are built with a skin coat, which is a chop strand mat. You start with your gel coat, then you go into a skin coat, usually 1.5 ounces. Could have more, could have less as far as your chop strand mat. Then you put carbon in behind that, and then you add in your structural laminates, which can be wood, composites, Kusa, whatever the builder wants to do. This one is carbon fiber with wood, carbon fiber in between each layer of wood, and then up to 26 to 40 ounces of carbon on the inside. That follows through all the way through the engine bay, tied in with stringers and bulkheads. Stringers run the length of the boat, bulkheads run perpendicular left and right to the boat. The bulkhead gives you separation and strength throughout the boat so that it can flex, but not too much. Stringers are what keeps the boat straight and strong on the water. So you have a linear strength and you have a width that all adds into the structure of the boat.
30 seconds from
factory stock is on the water.
All right, so get ready to do the lineup.
Yep.
Key West audio feed in 15 seconds. In 5. Sports Radio from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Scott Porte's legacy and innovation continues to shape the future of marine engineering. At PorteProducts.com, we build performance into everything. Well, guys, the factory stock boats are up next. This is the 44th annual Key West World Championship races presented by Race World Offshore. A record 98 boats here in the island city to race over 3 days. To be the best, you got to win Key West. The Key West promoter, the late John Carbonell, coined that phrase, as well as many other that we'll use during today's broadcast. And gentlemen, it's quite a feat to win the World Championship, and we have some world-class boats this afternoon, Eric, coming out. First, the factory stock boats, but we're going to see Supercats, Super Stocks, as well as Super Vs and Pro Class 1 teams this afternoon.
Well, we're starting off with the largest factory stock boat in the history, class in the history of the category. 9 boats in factory stock. It's the first time we've ever had this many. Good time to do the rundown.
Yeah, let's find out what boats are competing here in the this class of boats, the wide body catamarans with the Mercury Racing 500R 4-stroke engines.
The first 3 positions, the first 3 lanes were based on their finishes in the national standings. So GC Racing, Willie Cabeza, Grant Bruggeman, lane 1. MF Racing, Caleb Mead and John Tomlinson, lane 2. Jackhammer, Reese Langheim, Julian Maldonado in the new 38 Valor, lane 3. Montlick Injury Attorneys, Logan Adan, Giovanni Carpatello, lane 4. Say Less MF, Chad Rudisil's the driver, Rusty Williams, throttling, lane 5. Lane 6, Heritage Canados, Irvin Grant, the throttleman, Michel Carcente, hailing from France. 7, Alan Al is Robert Lopiano and Alfredo Amato. And then Good Boy Vodka GPS, the boat that they had to do some thrashing on at Troy Hannon Shop Supreme Marine for driver Christian McCauley and Rob Lockyer to make this race.
Well, you can see the grid there that's racing here today. We're on now with the Race World Offshore live stream at the Facebook page, YouTube channels, as well as X Insurance Sports. We've worked through some audio issues, and we apologize for that in the first part of the race. But we are back for this afternoon action. Factory stock boats getting set to start the afternoon of racing in the 44th annual Key West World Championships, and a lot still to happen here as we broadcast from the Vendor Village, presented by Mount Sinai Medical Center. Guys, this class, as well as the rest this afternoon, are populated with very well experienced throttlemen and some up-and-coming teams.
Yeah, it's a great mix, and look at kind of experienced and the experienced team in Jackhammer, Julian Maldonado, Reese Langheim, multi-time champions in super stock, but stepping into a new boat for this class. No data on it. You know, we've talked about this before when a team starts with a brand new boat, so they're building their own data and, you know, basically having to learn it all as they go. But, you know, John Tomlinson and Mead Family Racing, Grant Bruggeman throttling GC Racing Marine Technology, Michel Carcente. I mean, there's some world-class throttlemen running these boats. I do not see if we have smoke yet.
I think we were still waiting for the helicopters. We got a note from J.W. Powell, who is our spotter and guy getting us information from race control. The factory stock class came as an innovation led by Taylor Sism, Marine Technologies Incorporated, and then other manufacturers got into it. Now these boats cannot be modified out of the mold. They're paired up initially with the Mercury Racing 450R 4-strokes, but this year moving to the 500R racing engines from Mercury. They're supercharged, built from the 300 V8 R block that the Superstock boats run. And teams can and most of the teams here are using the old 450 gear case, because the new 500 gear case, beefier, bigger, and the old 450 props won't match them, Eric.
Right, and that bigger diameter gear case could also cause some issues with more stern lift that maybe they, you know, with the boat set up for the 450 gear cases, just makes it more reasonable at this time to transition step by step.
Yeah, and some boats that just, you know, hadn't raced last year are using the 500 gear case.
Yeah, I know the one team that's not here that went straight to the 500 gear case, the Peppers boat, the Stancombs.
And I believe Jackhammer did the same.
Yeah, they went right to it. If it's an all new setup, but you know these propellers aren't free. And
no.
When you're a team like GC Racing MTI, and then MTI also does the concierge program. So you've got all these boats that were running the 450 props last year, and they've got a big collection of them. It makes sense for them to kind of ease the transition in.
RPM maximum 6,800 in this class. These are wide catamarans. They have wider tunnels than Supercat, 72-inch tunnels compared to 66 for Supercats. And when you match them to the super stock boats, they're similar in horsepower to weight ratio, less so now with the 500.
Right.
And they can use tunnel tabs in this class.
Yeah, I don't believe you can use them in super stock.
No, you cannot.
But,
no, tunnel tabs, fixed or adjustable, are permitted in this class.
And I do know some of the boats do have the Porte brackets for testing purposes, just because it makes it easier to, see where your best settings are for height and, different things, but you cannot manipulate the bracket during the race. You have to leave it fixed. I know Peppers has them, for example.
So this class, this is the biggest turnout of factory stock boats this year, and you have some highly competitive boats. You were talking about them earlier. Our reigning world champion, Michel Crescente, by the way, told us he's building a boat in Italy to run in this class, a 40-footer of their own design next year. He's in this along with Italian throttle man Giovanni Carpentella.
In the Montlick injury.
Yeah, running with Logan Adon. It's the first time some of these race boats have run together. GC Racing with Willie and Grant. Willie, 2 years winning a world championship with Sean Torrente of STR Racing.
Statement Marine has a new catamaran that would fit this class, so we're waiting to see if someone's going to. Oh, and don't forget Platinum Powerboats has people have already built. That's Scott Grants and Edwin Shear.
And that was my next. Yeah, they have a 40-foot catamaran, and they're going to be out on the race course next year. Rob Lockyer, who currently is running in the Good Boy Vodka Go GPS boat, is going to move into that Platinum boat next year.
Yeah, because the Good Boy Vodka boat this year, the Go GP, that's a 4-seater, the Doug Wright that they're running, and but they've still been making great progress with it. Him and Christian McCauley.
And you know, filling out the field, you know, Chad Rutzel and Rusty Williams in the Say Less MF boat, 30-time MTI.
That was Taylor's boat.
That's right.
And we want to say Taylor is down here with her new baby girl Pearl. Randy said, she said, well, I could stay home by myself with the baby, or I could come down with you guys. And Mom and Dad said, come on down. So maybe Taylor will make an appearance with the little one.
She's not racing with him? The little one's not in the boat already? Come on now. Let's get her going. Next generation. Let's do this.
Shut the fuck up.
Excuses. That's all.
Rounding out the field, the LWR, the 44 is 38 Doug Wright.
The old Hank Saloon boat.
That's right. Joe Splorick and Garrett Conrad. Is it Coonrod? Coonrod.
Yep.
And
they're going to be in the outside lane per rules, and they just said they kind of volunteered it as well.
Jumping back to the Good Boy Vodka Go GPS team, Rob Lockyer, Southampton, UK, and also races in Super V, has a boat that he co-owns we'll talk about later in Super V, teaming up with Christian McCauley of New Hampshire, who runs with the team Farnsworth. But rounding out that class of factory stock is the Al boat, and a couple of racers from the XCAT series, friends of Giovanni Carpentella and Robert Lopiano and Alfredo Amato. And I believe that's the old red Doug Wright boat, 38 Doug Wright. Yep, remember the red boat? All red boat.
That I'm not aware of because
I thought.
Yeah,
someone told me that.
I'd have to double check that one, but
yeah. Regardless, it's a 38 Doug Wright.
Yeah, it's 38 Doug Wright.
So we have Doug Wrights.
Good mix.
Yep, good mix of Doug Wrights and the Valor Cat from Jackhammer out of Manatee Marine, built in Dubai, and they're now selling those boats. A lot of performance, high performance private owners, and this boat is the first race boat that they put out with Reese Langheim out of Pawnee, Illinois, and Julia Maldonado from Palmetto and Manatee Marine
Unlimited.
Yep.
And he and his wife Madison are down here with their son Maverick.
We look overhead at the grid from the XINSURANCE Helicam. We did get a word from race control that the turnboat at 1 had broken loose and they were resecuring it. So that's what's holding us up on the start of this.
Oh, the buoy?
The 7-lap race. These laps are 4.48 miles. You know the course in Key West. They come out of the harbor and they head out to 1. What was called the wall, and it is the wall, because typically this time of year prevailing winds out of the east, as we do today, and those waves come rolling, from down the beach, and when you take that turn at 1, you're turning right into them. And you head down to 2 towards Fort Zachary Taylor. The turn at 1 is a 3-pin turn, a little bit more than 90 degrees. And then down to 2 off Fort Zachary Taylor, 3-pin turn that is a 90-degree turn, wide sweeping turn. Then down into the harbor, where you get into some calm water. You head down in front of the Truman Annex, the outer mole area, and as you move down towards the harbor hotels, the boats will move into that 180-degree turn, 3 pins in the harbor. You have to take a little bit of a turn to the right, about 10 degrees to the port, to get yourself set up for that hairpin turn in Key West. You have calm water all the way down the northbound leg and then back into the southbound leg as you come back out by Sunset Key and head back out to turn 1. So you get 3 kinds of water here as we look overhead at the Valor Cat. But you get 3 kinds of water. So setup here is, it can be a challenge. You got to think about averaging your setup and how you want to go.
You're kind of choosing where you want to target your performance and where you want to just kind of get through the other sections where you feel you're going to be strongest. But these guys have gotten so good at setup now that and especially with just a 7-lap race that's 35 miles, I don't think it's something where they're going to be able to count on like setup coming to them over the shorter distance. That could come more into play on Sunday.
Forecast is calling for east-northeast wind at 15 to 16 this afternoon. Right now, we're reporting 11 at the last report just offshore. Hard to take the wind here on the lee of the island or at Fort Zachary Taylor. You want to try and get a little bit offshore, towards St. Kitts and away from the island, because what's going to happen is these boats take the turn at 1. They're going to stick their nose out of the lee, and they're going to catch that wind, and they're going to catch the waves unabated. Tide right now is getting ready to fully be at low tide at right around 2 o'clock. So the last part of the tide is coming in, and we'll start going out at about 2:30 this afternoon. And we might see the waves standing up a little bit more at that time. I mean, to really keep an eye on the wind and see if it does come up to the forecast.
One thing I am wondering about, just looking at it real quick, that green buoy start chute for the Class 1 boats, it looks like one buoy has moved quite a bit. Race control might want to take a look at that. Do you agree? See how much farther over the green one is?
Visually, yes. No, I see that.
It looks like the lane is much wider than it was this morning. So
it does, but maybe they put it that way. Because I mean, when you do come out of the harbor, you're definitely traveling more southeast than south. We'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, just visually, it just looks different to me than it did this morning.
It does, and I think they may have moved it to keep it more in line with the course.
Oh, okay.
Because they're definitely traveling more a little southeast when they come out of the harbor there. So this morning, the Mod Vs put on quite a show. Bowfloater.com, father and son team of Steve and Stephen Kildall taking the win. They averaged unofficially about 78 miles an hour, returning laps at about 3 minutes 31 seconds.
Yeah, they ran well, and I think it was one of those things where they initially might have been content to ride in second, but then they saw that they could overtake without having to push too hard. And if you can get the win, you get the win. So, yeah, they finished first, and then I believe it was the guys from Speed Marine came up and took second with NMBRV third. So they're going to run the same number of laps on Friday, and then that'll set up the showdown for Sunday. But what a debut for Travis Pastrana and Jim York in that Dixon flannel boat, coming in fourth out of 11 boats.
Yeah, no.
And first race in the boat together. So
100%.
But there's some natural motorsports ability in those two. So
you could say a lack of fear or common sense as well.
There's a lot
of skill.
There's a lot of guys in offshore who either still ride or came out of motocross because the timing is so similar, coming off of waves and coming off of jumps. And we know Travis can ride a motorcycle.
No doubt about that. So we wait for the start of the factory stock class. Live coverage here locally on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. I want to thank our local radio partner here, as well as at the Race World Offshore Facebook page and YouTube channels, being produced by XINSURANCE Sports, and you can watch on their channels as well. And they always have on their YouTube channels some great reels for you to watch and produce pieces, tell you all about the teams and about the sport of offshore racing. You're listening to the RWO live stream. The new Maximum Quick Inflation Tire Kit by Maximum Inflation is bringing you this live stream, the only U.S.-made valve that uses CO2 cartridges for your side-by-side motorcycle or ATV. Your machine got you there. The Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit gets you home. Todd Swafford along with Eric Colby and Joey Cook will be joining us
We run
again.
a factory Mercury 500R. We run factory Mercury propellers, just like you would put on a pleasure boat. And our hull has to be factory produced. You have to be able to buy this hull in a pleasure boat or stock format. It's our 39 MTI hull, same as our pleasure boat. You're able to actually run these boats in the races, and you could also take it poker running. They have 3 seats you could add in the back. We can just basically insert the seat sections, and you can go pleasure boating for the weekend if you like. Pull it all out and go to the races, pass tech, pass safety, and get out here and go.
SpeedOnTheWater.com is putting on the annual bash at Pickle Sports Pub, charity auction to raise money for local charities here in Key West. FHEC, the Baptist Hospital sponsored fundraising charity that helps get dental work for youth in Monroe County, as well as Samuel's House, which has received donations over the past years. Last year, over $200,000 raised for local charities at the Speed on the Water event at Pickle Sports Pub tomorrow night. And the street's going to be closed down off of Sloppy Joe's on that block. It'll be a lot to see. We'll be broadcasting live from 5 to 7 with lots of interviews of important folks and Shakers and Powerboat Racing on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. Back with the live stream. There you can see our starting grid with the X Factor of boats that are racing here this afternoon. Factory stock 500R teams.
Oh, they have it. It must have been an adjustment made because now Jackhammer's lane 2 and Canados is lane 3. I had that a little different, so we'll see how they line up once they're coming out.
Waiting for the start of the factory stock boats here. Next up, the remainder of the national classes here this afternoon, including Supercat, Super V, and
Extreme,
as well as Super Stock and Pro Class 1.
Nice to see the team of Steve Curtis and Sheikh Al-Thani back here in a spirit of Qatar entry. It's my understanding they are looking to get back into Pro Class 1, which would be a great thing.
Yeah, just didn't have time to put it all together. Of course, they have a history of racing Class 1 together over in the UAE. And Steve Curtis himself, the most winning Class 1 pilot in the history of the sport with 9 Class 1 titles. Nice to see them back again, and there have been some talk that they'd be back. We'll see them later on here today. They'll be running with the Supercats, so the Supercats are next, along with the Extremes.
Yeah, they'll be battling the American Custom Marine 42 Fountain with the Arneson drives. in the extreme class. While we're talking about that boat, the Mike Knobloch's usual driver, Chris Uzi, had an unfortunate accident that he's recovering from, so we want to wish him well in his recovery. And we'll see a new driver in that boat for this week. But that's fast becoming a fan favorite just because the speed that V-bottom runs. And of course, we love the noise of all the big V-bottoms with the big block V8s.
Biggest contingent of Super Vs that we've seen racing in one spot in a long time.
I was talking with Anthony Smith yesterday, who throttles the Farnsworth boat, and he had wanted to come race the Was Up Super V with his dad, but his dad has a little bit of a back issue, so they opted not to run the boat because he only wants, if he's going to come down here and race that boat, he wants to race it with his dad and try to get a championship.
Well, sure.
So we want to wish Smitty a fast recovery as well. He's been very dedicated to the sport for a long time.
Well, 98 boat turnout here in Key West, not a record. Times in the 90s where we topped well over 100, but this is pretty close. And one of the reasons why we've had such a great turnout, I mean, last year just a little bit over 70, is a $250,000 prize purse coming in from the IHRA.
International Hot Rod Association. The gentleman, Daryl Cuddle owns IHRA now, and he and Steve Curtis put down an amazing pass at the shootout, the Lake of the Ozarks shootout this year. 242 miles an hour in a 3/4 mile course. And Steve, it's the same boat that ran 244.
The 50 Mystic, right?
Yeah.
Turbine power.
Ran 244 on a 1 mile course, so I can't imagine that. I mean, the pushback against the seat when he nails the throttles must be insane.
That boat is on display, the Durana Hybrid.
It's up on the tilt, and
it's here in the race village at the outer mold with the vendor village. And you can come see it. I think I've even heard it might be on Duval for the Friday night street party. The possibility. So we've had some issues out on the course. Sorry for the delay. One of our turn boats broke loose, and I think there's another issue or two. So it's pushing the start of this race back already 25 minutes behind schedule. Half laps today. 4.48 mile course. 7 laps here for factory stock as they continue to mill and wait as we see men and women of the United States Coast Guard, as well as numerous law enforcement agencies, including Florida Fish and Wildlife, the Monroe County Sheriff's Office, Key West Police Department, Monroe County, the Key West Fire Department, all on hand to help out here today. But
I want to give a shout out to all the TSA people who were working for free so we could fly down here to get to this race. I thanked them when I was at the airport, and I thanked some guys I saw at the hotel last night, and they really appreciated just being acknowledged. So tough spot they're in, but appreciate them being on their station.
Yeah, thanks for hanging with us here. Just looking at some fine shots of the Key West Harbor from the XINSURANCE Helicam as we try and sort whatever delays are out there on the course and get these factory stock boats rolling.
Do you think this starts to bring into a question, are there anyone going to be sweating fuel if they cut it close after they've been sitting there running for nearly 30 minutes? That could come into play if they, a lot of times if it's rough, they'll just put in the fuel to use it for ballast. But in a situation like this, they might be, they might have cut it. So we'll have to see if that comes into play.
Yeah, that wind continues to run out of the northeast at right about 11 miles an hour. So it still really hasn't come up gusty yet. And it continues to come out of the northeast, east-northeast. Scheduled to be up above 15. Hasn't gotten there yet today. Forecast for testing tomorrow is more of the same, a little bit more to the northeast. still above 15, and then it's supposed to come down on Friday out of the east, less than 10.
Looks like they're on the move.
Yep, they're bringing them up.
All right, so boats, you can see now back to the main screen. Our factory stock grid is up and getting ready to start.
And the one thing you'll see on this course, the pace boat is to the outside of the course, but the pole position is at the opposite side of the fleet. So lane 1 is farthest away from the pace boat. And that is the fuchsia and black GC Racing. Alongside them is Meade Family Racing. And then Jackhammer, Montlick.
38, 39-foot catamarans. You can see them up, and I believe the green flag is up. The race is on in factory stock here in Key West.
And
GC Racing.
Throw a line across.
Yeah,
right
look at
now.
that, bud.
GC Racing, Meade Family, Jackhammer, and Montlick all battling. It's just a matter of who's going to not go too zealous into that first buoy for turn 1
But we'll get an idea.
Skyward.
Yeah, we'll get an idea in about a quarter of a mile what kind of chop they may be encountering as they take that 3-pin turn, a little bit more than 90 degrees at turn number 1, what they call the wall here. And these big catamarans can handle the bump.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have the weight that the Supercats have, but they're basically the same length.
And there they go around the outside turn. So we'll see with their bows now turning towards the wind. Still a little bit out of the east-northeast, so they won't be running right into it. And they're just not spanning. They're not having to fight too much with the waves. But you can see definitely a lot more action for these boats than there was when they were heading out to 1. They're heading towards the Fort Zachary Taylor viewing area. Another 3-pin turn here on turn number 2.
They just looked like they were almost it looked like GC and Meade Family made a quick correction, like they thought they were going to turn and then straightened up. But you've got 2 world-class throttlemen right here, deck to deck with John Tomlinson and Grant Bruggeman. Caleb Meade and Willie Cabeza, the drivers. And Johnny's going to tell Caleb to just, make him. But this is no surprise that Montlick has crossed over and made the inside move. Logan and Giovanni have been together for a couple of years now.
Now coming back into the harbor.
Yep.
It looked like GC Racing had the.
Whoa! Someone's over
off Fort Zachary.
GC.
It wasn't GC. We see Jackhammer and we see Montlick coming through.
GC.
Don't see
Heritage there.
There's Heritage. We're going to have a red flag here. We have a boat over, folks.
Al is number 5.
Where's MF?
We got a red flag here. The boat over at Fort Zachary. Try and get a shot for you here. SSR Rescue is moving on the scene to deploy divers, but not only from helicopters.
That's
but
boat number 5. That's Meade Family.
Meade Family is the boat over here.
Wow.
So a lot of times this is an area where you can find some holes.
Yep.
Some rollers spotting up as they come off the ocean side.
I see 1 orange helmet in the tunnel already. 1 guy's out. Let's make sure both get out. And they've got the best in the business on scene to help them.
Unfortunate start to have SSR Rescue to be deployed here. So we're getting a look at it. You can see Meade Family over on the deck. Got just a flash of them going over there.
Yeah, just saw some spray and looked different enough to catch your attention.
All safety rescue has been deployed to manage that boat. As the rest of the the fleet after a long milling process. After a very long milling process, they're going to have to go back and restart, Eric.
Yep, they're going to have to do it over again.
So we had GC Racing that was leading on that lap, and Jackhammer was in second. Mottlick had moved up to third and had been moving up on the inside. And Heritage Canados was in the mix there, along with Al Al and Say Less, as well as the number 44 LWR. But they're going to restart here, and I think it's probably going to be a fresh restart with a lap down.
You didn't even really, not everybody. The Say Less and the LWR had not even fully completed that official first lap there. They were right at the pin there of that first lap, so why not restart it?
Do we see Good Boy?
He's right there. He's right there too. He went down red flag like the other three that were back here.
I think so. I think three stopped to make sure that a couple may stop to make sure, near the scene.
Right. Yeah. Well, they were just, you saw them creeping up the pier here, in red flag mode.
So, looks like...
Well, if that tells you that the conditions can catch anybody, they just caught one of the best throttlemen in the world.
No doubt. Okay. So we are in a red flag here at the races. We're going to have a restart. And we'll just keep an eye on things here right now. Waiting for an official word from race control on the status of the race.
And the racers, we want to make sure that they're okay. We'll get that word to you as soon as we can.
Live coverage from Key West here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio and on the World Wide Web at Facebook and YouTube. Brought to you by Forte Products. Forte has for 35 years been pioneering advancements in outboard propulsion. At ForteProducts.com, we build performance into everything. Looks like the chopper is going to come down and settle down, not burn so much fuel. The rescue boat to the side of Meade Family Racing.
Yep. Just trying to look. There's so many people that it's hard to tell if let's just wait and see. I mean, I'm assuming they're on the medical boat, and that's just divers, it looks like, on the boat there. But
yeah. Yeah, everyone's doesn't seem to be distress.
No, if I would imagine.
Looking out front of our broadcast center, as we see the Key West Police.
There's probably some debate going on if they're going to try to flip the boat over out there, so they don't tow it in upside down and just make it that much worse on the engines.
This is part of racing, unfortunately, and in Key West, when you're pushing at an extreme level, sometimes boats go over, and that means you have a lighter field to race the next day. Sometimes by Sunday we're down 5-10% boats, sometimes more, depending on the conditions. Well, we're going to see improving conditions according to what the weather forecast is saying on Friday, with winds coming down below 10.
Well, Mercury Racing has a full support contingent here. I wouldn't be surprised if MTI has a pair of 500s ready to go. You could see them back in the water possibly Friday. It's a long shot, but if they didn't damage the boat. Oh, they did damage the boat, I think. No, I can't tell.
Yeah, that is damage, I believe.
Yeah, that is. So that's looking less likely then, probably, but
yeah,
we're not going to speculate too much.
Damage on the starboard sponson, I believe. And
yep.
Unfortunate for Meade Family Racing.
Yeah, at the race in Clearwater, because there weren't that many factory stock boats, Caleb throttled, and Johnny talked him around the course while Johnny drove.
Get a better shot of the damage to the 39 MTI.
Yep, so I get the feeling they're probably going to bring it in that way and then write it at the... Don't you think they'll write it at the crane?
At this point, she's not racing again.
No, she's probably not.
In Key West.
But we'll see if...
Unfortunate. Caleb Mead, who's come so far this year, even got a chance to throttle in Clearwater with John Tomlinson, learning so much. Raced with Sean Torrente last year.
Yep.
And the family, big supporters of his endeavor to be an offshore powerboat racer, and you got this is going to happen. It's happened to the best of them. And
the MF is Mead family, so that's what it tells you, that they're all behind him. I think he's got a brother who's interested, and they eventually might kind of do what the Muller boys are doing, Jackson Chase, and have the two of them in the Mead family boat.
And with the support of Marine Technologies, with their concierge service, and just they take care of everything, and they'll get this boat and work on it in the off season. This isn't going to be one of those situations like with GC Racing and their 482R Pro Class 1 boat where they put it all back together again in 3 or 4 weeks. We only have 2 days to race, and she's showing some damage there.
Yeah, they're bringing it in upside down, and they'll write it at the crane. And then you also have to think about what that's going to do, because you figure there's probably 30, 40 boats that are going to compete in the rest of the day's races, maybe more, and they all get craned in.
Tomlinson races later on today in Pro Class 1. Yep. And now what about I think what you were talking about earlier is we look at the choppers, they're going to, obviously we've got to get the divers back into the Angel 1 chopper.
The divers who deployed, they usually have another set.
So we're going to wait to see what race officials do with the remaining grid. We're going to have a couple of races before we refueled. Now they're going to have to rethink that. Also, what about these boats? They milled for a long time.
Right.
They milled for a long time already, and now they're in a holding pattern again. I think that race officials might have to relook at the number of laps.
They're saying we're 10 minutes away from a restart.
10 minutes away from a restart.
They reload the divers. But yeah, now it's, maybe they will count that as a lap just because of the fuel consideration.
It's a possibility. I don't. So we'll sort that out. We're gonna stay live on the live stream. We're gonna take a break for our local station right now, but we'll continue broadcasting here and get more information from Race Control. We'll be back in a couple of minutes on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. Todd Swafford and Eric Colby, along with Joey Cook of the Key Citizen. We've had an incident in the factory stop race after the end of lap number 1 with the number 5.
Your machine got you here, and the Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit will get you home. This compact tire filling kit comes with over 200 grams of CO2 for filling your motorcycle, side-by-side, and ATV tires. No batteries, no disappointment. The only US-made CO2 valve.
Get up, man. Bottle place closes in 10 minutes. Let's go cash in.
Miami is the envy of all people in the amusement rentals business. I call it the hottest town and the hottest city in the country. In 1995, I bought my first bounce house. 25 years later and over 1,000 inventoried items, here sits Allstar Events. 98% of our business was backyard parties. But we got a couple of inquiries from municipalities, cities. But we also saw that some of the requirements were different than what we were used to in the backyard business, mostly having to do with insurance needs. So we started to say, okay, if we properly insured ourselves, would it pay off in the amount of business we could bring in? And that was a no-brainer. As we insuranced up, we saw more and more people come on, mainly because of our insurance provisions. So that was instrumental to our growth, absolutely, absolutely. Although it's fun and games, that's the nature of our business, it comes down to one thing, our responsibility to keep people safe. We don't take that lightly, from the snow cone attendant to the roller coaster attendant. So I felt like when I found XINSURANCE, I found a partner. And consequently, our claims have gone down considerably. Now we're in a place where we understand risk and we understand challenges. XINSURANCE saved my backside a million times over and puts me here as the #1 player in the hottest city, in the hottest town in the country.
Angel divers deployed.
To me, being a mountain guide is just the greatest opportunity to share my passion for skiing and climbing with people who are new to it. My main goal out there is to take care of and shepherd other people through the mountains, make sure that they don't get hurt, they don't get into trouble, guide them to places they always wanted to go, but needed
presented by Maximum Inflation here today. Maximum Inflation CO2 rearming kits for all inflatable life jackets are U.S. Coast Guard approved and verified by.
No 2 days are ever the same in the mountains. Everything changes, the weather, the avalanche hazards. Not everything is really perfectly safeguarded. The mountains are an uncertain place. So it's a fine line, but I think when you can trust somebody and you do push them to a higher level, it's really rewarding. Ultimately, it's not a question of if any accident's ever going to happen if you're doing a lot of mountain guiding, but it's when. The knowledge that we have a really strong partner in our insurance company is essential. I'm helping my clients achieve great things in the mountains, achieve their goals in the mountains, and that's what XINSURANCE does for me. They were there for us when we needed them. They're providing an opportunity for us to go out and guide mountain climbing and backcountry skiing in the beautiful Wasatch Range, and that's something that I wouldn't feel comfortable at all doing without a great insurance company behind us. I know that I can trust them and I can go forward with confidence.
When you're up there and you're up that high, you know, you're just floating. I don't know what a bird feels like, but I think it should be pretty close to that. We're Miami Beach Ocean Water Sports. We're a parasailing company. We've been here for the last 5 years. We really have a great time here operating. There's a lot of regulation and changes to the industry itself. Your insurance is really your first gateway to information. They're the people that cover you, the people that make sure that you're following the rules and you're protected. XINSURANCE, the guys are great, they help me out. They really call me every year to see any new regulation that I need to be under, if I need any help. So, I mean, the experience that I have with them has been fantastic. They're always there, and they're always actually reaching out to me. It's a good relationship. I wouldn't even want to try anything else.
Dream boats I imagine they're trying to run them right out here. Finishing up today, Super Stock and the Pro Class 1 and Super V's. These choppers are going to have to refuel at some point.
Yeah, I mean, they theoretically, I guess they could try to have the Supercats and the Extreme boats just idle down to the far end of the course, out of the way of the competing factory stock boats, to try to stage the next race quicker, but the race officials will do the best they can with it.
All right, we're green to go. We're hearing from race control, and get you any update on the crews that we can as the race progresses. Obviously, of concern is whether or not Tomlinson could go in the Pro Class 1 race later on this afternoon.
Yeah, he's in the Pothole Heroes boat with Carlos de Quesada.
All right, we're back on the live stream.
Before that, we just want to get word that both guys are okay.
Yeah. So we are waiting for the restart of this factory stock race. It's going to be a 6-lap race now after the Meat Family Racing boat went over, and when the boats came through, you know, GC Racing was having a nice run there. Meat was right with them. Motley had been moving up from 3rd to 2nd, and they were right there with me when it did go over.
Yeah, they're forming them up now to get them lined up for this second start.
So they want to get them going right now. So it's back to factory stock racing here in Key West. First of 3 days of racing in the World Championships.
Yeah, it looks like they're, I'm trying to see what the lineup is, but
looks like GC's on the inside.
Yeah,
where
GC's
were they?
On the inside. They were pole.
They were pole.
They were pole because they had won the National Points Series, and Jackhammer was second. No, Mead Family was second, and Jackhammer was third, is the way I had seen the lineup. So it should still be GC and Jackhammer. But here they come. Yeah, there's Jackhammer. Oh, Jackhammer stuck himself inside of GC. So,
yellow flag up. We're about set to go. Get racing again. Factory stock here in Key West. The Race World Offshore Championships. And we're green flag. Let's go racing again. Factory stock racing is on. Jackhammer and Motley both with good starts on this restart. GC we can see coming up from the inside of the Jackhammer Rooster Tail. So Motley has the nose out in front. Closer to the pin is Jackhammer.
Now Jackhammer just pulled to the lead.
Julia Maldonado, Manatee Marine, and Reese Langheim in that 38 Valor. Twin 500 Mercury Racing Power in this class. Jackhammer looks to have the lead. Heading out to turn 1. Again, 3-pin turn here.
Yep.
Greater than 90 degrees, so it's sharp, and they'll be turning towards the direction of the waves.
And they've all seen it once now, so they know what to expect.
And GC running in third. Looks like Al is on the outside of them. Get a sense of how the boats are hopping here. Seem to be stuck to the water pretty well. Doesn't seem like they're struggling with the waves. These boats can handle the rough, for sure.
That was Say Less. But back to the front. No, I'm not sure that is the front. Yeah, there's Say Less and GC. So that would be the battle for third, right?
It would seem. Now they're coming around the 3-pin turn. A wide sweeping turn. Now coming back into the harbor. So GC running back in fourth now, it appears. These are your third and fourth place boats. We'll wait for our lead boats to come back into Key West Harbor here at the broadcast center. There you can see them now. With 5 laps to go after this one.
It's looking like Jackhammer is holding that lead. Yep, there's
they are.
Jackhammer first. Montlick is second.
Couple of seconds behind.
Say Less third.
Say Less now third, and GC Racing
right there in fourth. Allen Al fifth. Heritage sixth. And Good Boy seventh.
And then there's your Lake Wiley Racing.
LWR, the South Carolina team.
All right, so
really on the restart, the only team that took a big was the GC Racing. Everybody else is within a position pretty much of where they were on the last lap. So the only one that's, like I said, GC's Racing's the only one that right now is kind of going to be spurned about the restart, unfortunately.
We'll
for them.
see how they come out of the harbor here.
So they come out of the turn, and challenging Jackhammer is Mottlick on the inside. They made up distance in that turn, did Mottlick. Only about a second.
Logan Adon is a very good sprint or dirt car driver, much like AJ Bogino, and people love to talk about how they would love to race with him because he's got such a natural feel in the boat. But there's GC giving chase to Say Less, but let's see what Giovanni and Logan do with this inside line, because you know Giovanni's going to charge.
It's a nice race out there for the two lead boats to that first pin. It's be interesting. Right now, I do believe the inside has gotten to Montlick, so I think they might have the better angle coming into this first turn.
Yeah, and Jackhammer does not have the overlap.
Not here. This is back overhead with the X-Insurance Helicam. Longer way around that turn is Jackhammer. Will they maintain speed? Digging in though, and taking a couple of boat length lead is Montlick.
And they're going to defend the inside line. They run a tight course usually, and it's Montlick, and they've got a new sponsor this year, Liqui-Moly.
So Montlick has the lead. Second, Jackhammer, GC Racing third, Say Less Racing fourth.
On the backside here, Heritage, I know we're not seeing on the camera, but they have come off a plane and they are not moving at all pretty much. So it does not look good for that Gladios team there.
Hopefully hopefully it's a Guardian issue. Our boat's coming back into the harbor at the end of lap number 2 with Montlick taking the lead over Jackhammer. You're looking at your number 2 boat out of Manatee Marine. Langheim and Maldonado, former world champions in Superstock 2 years ago.
Gladiator did just get power. Heritage Canados did just get back on
power.
plane.
Look at that. He sure did.
So, but here's Montlick. Jackhammer's only a couple of seconds from what I could tell.
About 93 miles an hour on that lap.
Say Less third. GC 4. Allen Al 5. Good Boy 6. And that'll leave Heritage.
Well, and LWR is right there.
Oh, LWR.
7, and then Heritage to 8.
Yep. Good call. Good call. Thank you.
So factory stock 2 laps into the 6-lap restart after the Meat Family Racing flip here in Key West Harbor, slowing up action. We watch as the boats move back out. Montlick is definitely making tremendous speed in that harbor turn, now out to about a 7 boat length lead over Jackhammer. Jackhammer is keeping pace though.
Yep. I haven't seen Heritage Canados go by, and I see Cito in the middle of the course going very fast.
They look like on the backside there might be a boat down there again on the backside.
38-foot Doug Wright.
Yep.
Montlick Injury Attorneys. That's got the team of Logan Adon and Giovanni Carpatella. Lost out on a world championship here in Key West last year with a violation on the start. And fell back to second. Heritage took the championship.
Heritage is actually here. Here, speak of the devil. Here they are, making their way around, actually.
Definitely had a Guardian issue, and no one knows better than Michelle Carcente, multi-time champion here in Key West. You got to keep moving. You got to try and move up the grid, get a better start. I mean, try and get as close to the top 5 and hope for a better finish on Friday and Sunday.
At this point, he needs some kind of breakdown in order to make up a place here, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, they're just going to run as many laps as they can.
And distance is going to be important. You make up those double points come Sunday. You make up those places. The distance is what it comes down to, and it's always important to drive as much as you can. Keep on going.
Watch the top 3 boats come through. Sayles is running in 3rd. As of lap number 2, we'll see our leaders coming back in here at Key West Harbor as we look at our number 7 boat, 44 LWR, Joe Splorick and Garrett Coonrod. Back to the Sayles team.
Chad Rudsill and Rusty Williams. Rusty Williams just ran 200 miles an hour in the Dirty Duck at the shootout this past August.
All right, here come our leaders. Motley continuing to run in front.
A little more of a lead now over Jackhammer.
95 mile an hour on that lap and 7.5 second lead over Jackhammer. Looks like they have dropped a bit of pace.
Yep.
3rd place, Sayles, MF, and GC Racing in 4th.
Yeah, GC's definitely come off the pace. That 3rd and 4th team there, they're definitely not as fast as they just were.
Alan Al is holding 5th.
Yeah, you have to wonder whether all of this milling and waiting has caused some issues for these boats. We get a good look at the UK team with Rob Lockyer and the Good Boy Vodka Go GPS.
The other thing I noticed when they came by us is the Montlick was more level, and Jackhammer's flying the nose higher. So Julian might be trying to trim more to find. Okay.
Oh, that lead has gotten really large there.
Well, no, Jackhammer must have just had an issue because Sayles is now up to 2nd off the camera. We got Montlick way out front.
And Jackhammer's actually getting passed right now by GC Racing.
Yep.
You see him going in the outside of the wash there, so Jackhammer's definitely not on pace at all.
Sayles is 16 seconds off the pace here. So a big
from
lead.
1st to 2nd.
Yep.
But GC Racing all of a sudden has kind of come alive, and they're chasing down Sayles.
They definitely look fast heading out to turn number 1.
But Jackhammer looks like they've
trying
lost
to hang on right now.
They've lost RPM.
Yeah, they're just trying to hang on to what they can right now, and hopefully Heritage or whoever else is back here doesn't come in past them.
Yeah, you got to imagine that the other race teams waiting to get out there are looking at the way
Good Boy Vodka's also coming to the same spot there, right at the same trouble that we saw and there's Heritage there coming through.
Off the screen. Heritage coming through. Good Boy Vodka looks like they may be having a Guardian issue as well.
Yep.
So the boat's out on lap number 4 of 6. You see your XINSURANCE leaderboard there. Sayles has moved all the way up number 3rd. They've got the benefit of a good run here after the red flag.
And you see the Rosenbach, I think that's a freight company that the gentleman co-owns the boat with Chad Rudsill, if I'm not mistaken. But Rosenbach is on the stock boat and the factory stock boat. But yeah, Good Boy Vodka is idling basically.
He was up for a second there. He had a rooster going there for a second, and it went back down again.
Back overhead with the XINSURANCE Helicam, looking at your number 2 boat, trailing the Montlick Injury Attorneys team that should be coming back into the outer mole area.
Yep.
Good lead. There they go.
They're in control of it now. They can.
Doing 3-minute lap there. They definitely took a little bit of the foot off the pedal, so to speak.
Their spotters are telling them you don't need to push it.
Yep.
Sayles is running well though.
Turned that lap at 93.4 miles an hour, did Motley.
I truly expected to see GC a little bit closer. I really expected them to be a little bit closer to the Sayles squad.
But big picture, this could be damaging to Jackhammer, because now Alan Al is 4th. So Jackhammer might be out there somewhere that we can't see. Oh, no, there's Jackhammer.
They're definitely not running as fast as they had been.
No.
And trailed by...
Blake Wiley's now 6th.
Yeah. Well, that's because the Good Boy Vodka has also had its problems, but yet he's back up and running. Has yet to be passed by the Heritage boat.
Meanwhile, Montlick's going to lap somebody.
At this pace, with some of these boats having the trouble, the Guardian issues that they're having, it's probably more likely.
And think about the data acquisition taking place for Giovanni right now for when he goes out and races Class 1.
Although in order to lap somebody with 2 laps left at this point, he's going to have to make some major workup to get around these boats.
Well, that was kind of half joking.
Yeah, it could happen. That's the crazy part.
Say less, 14 seconds off the lead of Montlick injury attorneys with 2 laps left to go, and they're already halfway across as Montlick is heading out to turn number 1. In control of getting first place points, and all 3 boats you see on the leaderboard are in good shape here heading into the second of 3 days of racing. As we take a look at the LWR on screen.
Yep. They have passed actually Jackhammer. The LWR has taken over the Jackhammer.
Oh wow, good for them. First race. Maybe a little local luck with Hanks on their side, since that's who used to sponsor the boat.
Heritage trying to make their way up.
Yeah,
they can still go catch Good Boy Vodka. Heritage there.
Off camera in front of our broadcast center there goes Heritage with their troubles solved for the moment, but not helping their overall points hunt to win the World Championship here in Key West.
No.
Back to the top 3 boats. That's GC Racing trailing Say Less.
And there's Montlick.
They've kept it right there at about 2 minutes 58 seconds. Still right at 94 miles an hour, knowing they're in a commanding lead. St. Louis has definitely
closed that gap
a little bit. Yeah. Montlick doesn't look like they're struggling at all. And out for the last lap.
And look, Heritage on the backside off the camera. The backside you see Heritage might actually take over Good Boy. So
because Good Boy's slowing again.
Inevitability, they come through in 7th place. Look at that. Good for Heritage despite the early troubles.
Good Boy's slowing again and just getting it back going. Al staying consistent in 4th place. They've had an up and down year since they got that boat. And now LWR is up to 5th.
And they were dead last on the restart, so that's a good move for them, moving 3 spots here. Taking advantage of the situations they needed there.
Learning the boat. Running it smart. Not having any Guardian issues or anything. Knock on some wood. They got another lap to go. I don't want to be the cause for bad luck for them.
Hey.
But here's Jackhammer. Now they're in 6th.
Correct. That turn 1 out there, you've got the 2 boats that have had the Guardian issues going side by side now and actually having a race for that 7th place spot. So that kind of makes things interesting, actually.
Montlick is down off power. They're on the opposite side of the course heading out to turn 1.
If we get a shot of that right across from the start-finish line, Montlick is having an issue.
That opens the door for Say Less right there.
Say Less has gone around them as well as GC Racing.
They sure have.
So GC now in 2nd, and Say Less has taken the lead in factory stock on the last lap. Guardian issues appear to be causing problems for all of these teams. We've seen 3 similar situations. Remains to be seen. But Montlick was in the lead, now falling back to at least 3rd.
And here comes Al up along the outside of Montlick going into turn 1. And Lake Wiley's not far behind them. You can't see, there they are. You can see the other boats whitewashed. Lake Wiley is
potentially moving into 4th place.
Yeah.
What a race.
First race.
Yeah, and because you start at the back and you just kind of let the attrition happen, and sure enough, you come out when the water all settles, I suppose the mist all settles in 4th place. Is not a pretty good way to start the World Championships.
Winds now northeast at 13.
Let's see if
final lap of this race in factory stock, and it's been an issue of attrition today. We're going to look overhead of
Heritage now ahead of Good Boy Vodka there.
Yep.
But Al potentially looking at a podium finish here today. we'll see the checkered flag here.
Yep.
That should
For
be it.
Say Less.
Say less.
Say no more.
That's what I was thinking. The same thing.
I haven't seen a checkered flag waving
That
on
should be it, though.
Cigarette Hawk, though.
Say Less coming through.
Maybe they don't have them.
And the GC.
GC. We look at the Al team. Not seeing a checkered flag either, but guys, that was 6. If we're gonna do 7, fine.
Yeah, I mean,
they're gonna go around, do another lap.
Neither of those boats has slowed, so. Oh no, that's Heritage Canados.
Well, we'll watch
coming out. But here's our
third place for the Al and Al.
Yeah,
and look at the LWR going though.
Whoa!
Hanging.
LWR up to
fourth place. Good job. If they had one more lap, they might have actually been able to catch Al and Al the way they were running.
The checker flag was
It is out. Yeah, it should be final. Yeah, it is out now for the 3rd and 4th place teams coming through.
Yeah, so Say Less is your winner here today. Congratulations to that team out of Lake of the Ozarks. Big day for them in the 39 Marine Technologies Hull. Chad Rotzel out of Hammond, Louisiana, but Rusty Williams out of Performance Boat Center, Lake of the Ozarks, winning today in factory stock. MTI factory team, GC Racing finishing in 2nd here today. Willie Cabeza and Grant Bruggeman out of Grant Signature Racing with a 2nd place finish. And in 3rd place here today, our European entry, Robert Lopiano and Alfredo Amado. In a 38, Doug Wright, the Al team.
Maybe Taylor being here brought her old boat some good luck. Jackhammer, 6th.
Yep. Montlick and Jackhammer look really strong in the beginning, then they go 5, 6 in the end. But you know what? That makes the things really interesting for Friday. And if they can, Montlick and Jackhammer can return to what we know they can do, it's going to just turn the standing straight on its head and make things really interesting coming into Sunday.
Yeah, so if you see Jackhammer, Heritage, and Montlick
all
come up.
Those are contenders. Those are teams that can win it, have won it, know how to race in Key West. So I truly believe Friday's going to be really interesting, and coming to Sunday, this class is going to be wide open.
So if you have the bottom come to the top and everybody else get pushed down a little bit, you never know. Big finish for Al. They'll take 3rd place. Montlick will finish behind. Did we ever see Montlick come back?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
they took 5th.
They took
4th.
There's someone in the middle of the course.
That could be Say Less by now at this point.
That's what I'm thinking.
They're probably telling them that you've got the checkered and everything's coming back. Because the only 2 left are Heritage and Good Boy that have not checked in. I just saw Good Boy headed out there somewhere along the way. Limping, but still heading out there. Yeah, that has to be...
There's another shot of...
Say Less is coming to get their checkered flag.
Yeah. And then there goes Heritage.
So Heritage
7th place.
7.
Like I said, this is going to make things really interesting. Say Less is great place for them today. Good feeling. Now the target's on their back right now. That's probably not somewhere they expected to be on Wednesday. Changes their probably whole outcome and their mentality going for the rest of the week.
Say Less is coming to get their checkered flag.
Yeah. And then there goes Heritage.
The very first lap before the Meat Family Racing boat went over, and they'll feel a lot better about things.
Still coming in 2nd and not losing too much of those points that they had.
Yeah, tough day for Montlick. They had, on the 2nd start, looked really well. Guardian issue moved them off of the podium here today, unofficially from the broadcast standpoint here at the start-finish line. And they'll finish 5th overall. But onto the podium was Al. And GC Racing, and at the top, Say Less, MF. So Supercat boats are expected to...
Look, as they're coming in, you know those 2 boats went out and raced it really hard that last lap. Those last 2, the LWR and the Al and Al, went out and raced it. One more lap for them, and LWR, sure enough, did pass them there. So I don't know if Al and Al slowed down, but I had a feeling if they had one more, I do believe that LWR might have made the podium over Al and Al. And if they're racing that tight, and those 2 rookies, those younger guys, getting this is going to make it even more interesting come into the week. What we're getting with those 2 boats, if they're starting to feel their flow, that class is exactly what we wanted out of this class. That when they started as the 450, hey, we're building it. Now they are there. They're not building anymore. That was a great race there.
Look at the 38 Valor, Jackhammer. They were running good early both starts, and a little bit of trouble for them. I got to say that, as Joey just mentioned, Eric,
race, and you know, I think the only time we saw them close to excited was when they flew it right in front of us here on the last lap.
Well,
but yeah, I'm sure the officials are kind of like, okay, guys, it's over.
Well, especially after all the delays and everything.
We're way behind
yeah.
schedule, so let's not run extra laps.
Yeah, tide is starting to flow out of Key West Harbor, running at a pretty good pace right now, and scheduled to be outgoing here this afternoon until about 2 o'clock. So we're right at the tail end of it, and you could see this water moving pretty hard, and then it's going to start go slack tide and then start coming back in the rest of the afternoon. But it's moving pretty fast right now.
Yeah, and Chad and Rusty have to go back in and get in their super stock boat because they're pulling double. And Julian Maldonado has to go back in and get in the Wozencraft super stock boat. So there's a few double duty guys out here. And Giovanni's going to be running Class 1, Pro Class 1.
So we're going to see, I guess, try and figure out from race control what they're going to do about refueling the choppers. And Supercats are going to come out, and are they going to stay on schedule? Yeah. So we're hearing one of the crew from Me Family Racing did get transported and being checked out at Lower Keys Medical Center, I believe. So we'll find out more about that, and we will let you know. Right now, Supercats are scheduled to come up next here in Key West. And we still got a lot of racing left to go. The 44th Annual Key West World Championships presented by Race World Offshore. Live coverage here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Porte Products broadcast booth. Porte Products, we build performance into everything. Go to porteproducts.com to see what they can do for you. Let's also thank Isla Morada Brewery, the official craft beer and gin of the World Championships. Sunoco, the official race fuel. The Friday Night Duval Street Party is presented by Keystar. First State Bank, the world's fastest boat parade sponsor, was a big success, and we're out here at the Outer Mole Vendor Village, presented by Mount Sinai Medical Center. Eager to see if the Supercat boats are going to fly in here anytime soon. We'll expect them to be starting here very shortly for the Key West World Championship races. Continuing coverage on Facebook and YouTube and on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio.
I'm thinking we're going to need a refuel for the helicopters after this race. What do you think?
Oh, yeah. Just wonder how it's going to play out for the rest of the day. And these boats, they're going to try and get them out there and get them moving, I imagine, Eric, as quickly as possible. We've been in just a long, an hour and 20 minute.
Well, there was already a 30-minute delay before they even started.
So, I mean, they had expected that that race that just finished was going to end about 50 minutes ago, maybe 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, undoubtedly this is an aggressive schedule. And
having,
you know, this stuff happens. So it's not unexpected. I mean, honestly, it was a little unexpected because of who was in the boat that went over. I mean, you don't expect to hear that.
Listen, I mean, go back to what happened in Clearwater. I mean, experienced throttle man, a former world champion factory stock driver. I mean, the boat slid a little bit and it went over. So, yeah, and these things do happen in powerboat racing, especially when you're packing a lot of air down catamarans. And we are flying them
Oh yeah.
You know, just like a wing. So a lot of air getting compressed down there, and it's all it takes is one wave to send you asunder or get you out of shape, and the rest would be history.
And the thing is, too, I mean, the factory stock boats, yes, stern, kind of holding everything down. So they're still going to be more affected by winds, or more like the super stocks are. I was talking about that with...
Hold that thought for a second, Eric, and we're just joining back in with our local station, 97.7 Sports Radio. Eric Colby joins me. Go ahead.
Well, I was talking about it with a very good Jason Saris about, you know, just the difference between a stern drive cat and an outboard power cat, and he's like, it's physics. You know, the stern drive boat is going to just handle better in rough water and in rougher conditions. And I'm not much into physics, so I believe him.
I do believe him. It's great to see the Saris family here.
Yeah,
racing. It was an amazing meeting them for the first time in Michigan City, and great to see them here in Key West, Florida, for this race. All right.
This is Johnny really wants to win one with his dad in Key West. So I think it's pretty cool that they're doing it.
See the helicopter there trying to not burn off so much fuel.
Yep.
There was a lot going on there. Rescue divers went in the water when the boat flipped. Got to get them back on the helicopter. Big delay. A lot of fuel is burned. So
yeah, the one thing we learned in Clearwater when they had to deploy was they usually have another set of divers ready to get in the helicopter station somewhere, either near the race course or out at the airport. So they just go out and pick up 2 more, because when they get in the water, then they got to get in the boat and then get back to the airport. So there's more time involved than people realize with stuff like that. But next up, we got 7 Supercats and the Extreme entries.
2 Extreme boats here. One we're super familiar with. We saw them in 2 races with the WPRA and Lake of the Ozarks and in Michigan City, and that's American Custom Marine, the 42-foot fountain with the Arneson surface drives, 1350 Mercury Racing engines. Jeff McCann of St. Clair, Michigan, and Michael Knobloch of St. Clair.
Yeah, American Custom Marine is Michael's dealership. They do a lot of high-performance rigging and maintenance, and they're a Nortec dealer for many years. We're seeing the Supercats start to roll out. You want me to run down
let's
the lineup?
talk about let's go ahead and talk about the other boat that's racing in Extreme, and it's the return to Key West of Sheikh Hassan Jabor Thin Al Thani and Steve Curtis together. They were the Spirit of Qatar team, and looks like they may be trying to put the band back together. And they threw together this 54 MTI to race here in Key West. It's heading out now.
Yeah,
looking at
used to fly the Husky Chocolate.
Looking at your winner at the Saylas team.
Good for them. First win, first checkered flag to get it in Key West. Probably doesn't get much better than that.
No doubt.
And then they're gonna turn around and get in the cockpit of the little boat. 32, Doug Wright.
Yep. So we're having the awards there on the.
Oh, that's right out at the mole.
Yeah, that's where the world famous Coconut Man is. And they'll do podium awards out there in front of the fans and give them each a freshly chopped coconut to drink, just like in the style of IndyCar. Have a big old cold cup of milk and Here you get a fresh coconut delivered by one of Sunset Celebration's iconic characters in the Coconut Man in Key West style. But
I think in the history of Indy, there was only one guy who didn't drink milk, and it was Emerson Fittipaldi because he owned Orange Farms or something.
Looking at Hancock Claims now as we look at our Supercat grid hat up. No, finishing up our extreme boats, the pairing of Alfani and Curtis, Spirit of Qatar, 54-foot MTI, Mercury Racing engines, and they're racing against the American Custom Marine boat, now the Supercat boats.
The Supercat boats, mostly 38 and 36 skaters, 139 outer limits, 140 MTI. You want me to do lanes? Sure. Okay, so lane 1 is Roland Transport with
Congratulations,
Vinny Diora, the owner of the boat, on the
Tell me
throttles,
about
and
the
Sean
start
Connor
of the race and how it ended.
Lane 2,
Well, the first start,
CR Racing, Southeast Service. Rob Understall is the owner of the boat.
We didn't have
Casey
quite the
Boaz
greatest start
throttles
on
it.
the first one,
Lane
but,
3,
the
Dirty
second
Money,
round,
Brett Lilly.
We came around turn 1 and we just tucked it inside and followed the first couple boats. Coming out of turn 1, we were in 3rd place and then just slowly started picking them up. It felt like we were probably maybe overpitched a little bit, but we were catching them on the big end. So just one by one, we caught them off. Yep. Great race. Congratulations, guys. See you on the podium. Thank you. Should we probably do it again? Tristan, one more time.
Driven by Kelly Chris
3,
and throttled
2.
by Ron Gibbs. The extreme boats, the Spirit of Qatar, will have lane 1, and American Custom Marine will be lane 2.
So while Eric is giving the starting grid for our next start of races, we kind of look down at the checkered flag team of Say Less MF Racing, who are out at the Truman Waterfront Cup.
Our colleague Tristan Collins is going to be interviewing some of the winners to be posted later. Always appreciate her being on the spot.
Yeah, go to XINSURANCE Sports. You'll find great reels and videos, shorts on everything that is about offshore powerboat racing, and hear from the Key West World Championships as well.
8 laps for Supercat and Extreme. And then they'll run, I believe it's 11 or 12 on Sunday. Let's see. 12 on Sunday.
A little bit of a change to Sunday. It's not double laps. If it is, double points. So in order to get these races in, I think they had to shorten the number of laps. Certainly. Live coverage here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio and produced by XINSURANCE Sports on our live stream at Race World Offshore's Facebook page and YouTube channels, as well as we just talked about XINSURANCE Sports and their YouTube channel with all of its amazing content. We await the start of the Supercat races. 6, 7, 8 laps here today. It's a 4.48 mile course right here off of Key West Harbor.
We got 7 Supercats.
7 Supercats.
6 different engine builders represented. You got Dirty Money with Goodwin Competition. Wicked is Sterling. CR Racing is Pee Wee. Farnsworth is Cassie. CJ Grant is Hamitman Motorsports, or HRE, or Racing Engines for short. Teague Custom Marine and EWB, and Sterling's in Roland Transport.
So we have 388 skaters dominate the class. We have 3, and then a 36-foot skater. This was from the old Supercat light racing days, about 2 decades ago, with a boat that Bob Teague himself
So that just dictated the race from there. Slightly over prop, but we'll take second place on the first day.
First day, 2 more to go.
Thanks, you guys. Appreciate it.
They were fast and chasing Jack Smaller, and then the rolling transport is alone outer limit is 39 feet. Engine builders. And it glows red.
Yeah, it glows. When you don't even think about, get that tunnel tab up, you're heading into the turn.
Yeah, I just wrote an article on the evolution of electronics in offshore race boats for Marine Electronics Journal. So I'm looking forward to see how that comes out. But I've talked to quite a few of the teams, but we are getting a start going here. Our first start is going to be the Supercats. The extreme boats, I would think, are starting on their own. But inside lane is the bright red Roland Transport, so let's see who gets out to the lead.
Supercat racing is underway here in Key West. 8 laps for the first day of racing in the World Championships. CR Racing sticks its nose out just in front of Dirty Money. On the outside was the
Gradell.
The Gradell team. The Gradell, the US 1 champion team.
Who found a ton of speed this year.
They sure did. And there we can see your lead boats. It looks like Dirty Money in the middle there.
But Casey and Rob in the 08 CR Racing are not going away, so.
No strangers to the podium here in Key West. CR Racing, Rob Understall and Casey Boaz. And they'll have the inside lane, it appears, on the turn. CR Racing Southeast Services. Watching the boats from the outside of the turn. CR Racing will come around turn number 1. Just in the lead of Dirty Money of the outside there. Now moving eastbound after taking the turn, and these big 38 to 40-foot catamarans are spanning the waves very well here. They're twin 800 horsepower engines in the back of these Supercats.
Both flying level.
Dirty Money is your reigning Supercat world champion. Now Dirty Money showing a little more speed on the outside as they come around that wide sweeping turn at Fort Zachary Taylor. Now moving back into the harbor where these boats will reach speeds approaching 125 miles an hour.
Yeah, let's see who comes by first. I think it's going to be Dirty Money. And there it is.
Into lap number 1, Dirty Money, followed by CR Racing. Roland Transport.
Hancock Claims, Farnsworth is 4th. Wicked is 5th. EWB is 6th. Where is Gradell?
We'll take a look. It's possible they could have been in the mash of the rooster tails that came through there.
I'm with you, Eric. I didn't see him.
But Team Farnsworth was up in the top 4 of the grid, and so we watched Dirty Money come out with CR Racing in tow. CR Racing 3 seconds off the pace of Dirty Money, who has the early lead here in Supercat Racing. out on the second lap. Giving chase to CR in third is Roland Transport.
Here comes Great L limping to the finish line.
Okay, Great L is probably headed for the pits.
So that's off camera, folks. We're watching Great L limp in and maybe heading to the pits. Dirty Money is your leader here in Supercat.
Qatar is leading in Extreme.
Back to your leader from the XINSURANCE Helicam. That's Dirty Money. As we look at the national champion, Great L.
Great L says they got hit, according to J.W. Powell. As there's word chatter across the
oh boy
radio systems here, and yeah, that's where we're getting word. Great L got a little broadsided or something.
We'll see if we can sort that out during the rest of the broadcast. They are now clear and off the course and back into the inner mole. That's not good news for the national champion. Here comes our leaders in Supercat down northbound into the turn. Here in front of the fans at the race village on the outer mole. The vendor village is packed and the fans are getting treated to a great Supercat race here. Turning this lap in about 2 minutes 40 seconds. Dirty Money. 103.4 miles an hour. 6 seconds behind CR Racing. And now moving up even closer in third is Roland Transport. That's your top three. Hancock across the race fans. The roar of Supercats here in Key West at the World Championships.
Off camera, one of the helicopters is just sitting out at turn one, so I'm wondering if something happened out there.
Wicked got passed there by EWB.
Yep, saw that.
So we watch off screen Dirty Money coming out of the harbor turn. They had a 5-second lead on CR Racing. And coming out of the harbor turn, CR Racing now 9 seconds behind. Dirty Money is known to really make up time in the turns, and they gained 4 seconds on CR Racing.
Oh, CR Racing is off plane and
they
down
are
on speed because there goes Roland Transport.
That could be one reason why. And now Roland Transport moves into second. And Spirit of Qatar
doing Spirit of Qatar things.
It's the best I've seen that 54 running.
The former Husky chocolate boat.
That's right. First one that they ever debuted here.
Well, where's American?
Live coverage here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio for the Porte Products broadcast booth with Scott Porte at the helm. Leads the way in technology for the marine industry at PorteProducts.com. We build performance into everything. American Custom Marine.
Yep.
Chartier Construction.
CR is down 2. We're getting word that CR
out.
is done.
Overhead from the XINSURANCE Helicam, Sheikh Althani and Steve Curtis in Spirit of Qatar. Here comes Dirty Money, continuing the lead. Turn that lap at 104.05. Average speed for Dirty Money. They're kicking it up a notch. Now in second place is Roland Transport. They're 16 seconds behind the pace of Dirty Money. Bill Pyburn, Britt Lilly in control here in Key West. Vinny and Sean in second. Hancock Claims now moves up to third. Hancock Claims you see coming through.
Good run for Win Farnsworth's team.
They're up to third.
Unfortunately, in this class, there is no guardian, so if someone pulls off, there's usually
something major,
a real reason.
Yeah. Which is what we're seeing with CR right now.
And CR has had its share of those this year, unfortunately.
Here goes our fourth place boat, EWB Racing.
EWB, yep.
A good look at the sons of Jay Muller, Jackson Chase. They're running this 40-foot motion their dad bought some time ago with Sterling engines. That's wicked. They always run great here in Key West.
They do. They're just consistent and they run smart, considering how young they are.
So Dirty Money in control here as we watch the Spirit of Qatar through again in front of the V-bottom American Custom Marine. They have identical power, Mercury Racing 1350s. Back to our leader, Dirty Money, 388 Skater, Goodwin Competition engines. On their fourth lap of this race, had an early challenge out to turn number 1 after the start, but they have taken the lead and will come back in front of the fans here at the end of lap number 4 in the lead. There's Rolling Transport. Yep. Rolling Transport, Vinny Diori and Sean Connor.
New combination this year, but everything I've heard, Vinny's real happy with Sean driving. And Sean just seems like one of those guys who you can't get him worked up.
Continuing to hold a pace of 104.102 mile per hour average. They've got her cooking, the Dirty Money.
They're about to lap a boat that I think has about twice their horsepower.
Beautiful shot of the EWB out of Lake Havasu. These guys are really put on a nice show in their rookie season. Kelly Crace and Ron Gibbs out of Lake Havasu with the T Custom Marine engines. 36-foot skater who prove they can compete.
Yep.
In Supercat Racing, off screen, we watched Rolling Transport come through 20 seconds off the pace of Dirty Money, and Farnsworth, Team Farnsworth in third.
You remember the days of Bob Teague and Paul Whittier flying that little boat down here?
Yeah. One of my favorite YouTube videos of all time is them going between 1 and 2, and it's 4 to 5s out there.
Yep.
And they're just flying that thing. Bam, 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 bam. Tough guys there. Good racers. You watch EWB come through. So 19 seconds behind was Rolling Transport. Coming out of the turn in Key West Harbor, they lost 5 seconds to Dirty Money. Bill Pyburn, Britt Lilly, they turned that boat. Entry speed, extra speed on there. I would love to see those numbers. Here you have 2 boats in front of the fans here in competing classes. You see the motion on the outside and the larger, more powerful Spirit of Qatar on the inside. Muller boys give way and let the bigger, faster boat through into the turn. Spirit of Qatar leading in the extreme class here. 3-4 laps in.
Typically, they do tell the slower boats to stay to the inside of the course and the faster boats to go around them on the outside.
Right. But he was coming up on them, and he let them go through. No trouble. Supercat Racing here in Key West. First of 3 days of the Key West World Championships. Race World Offshore with an event that's got 98 boats. A $250,000 sponsored prize purse from IHRA. Dirty Money turns that lap shade faster. 104.9.
He's definitely dialed in on that.
Well, for them, they had probably what they feel is an off year.
Sure. So they had some hiccups last year, too.
So they're coming in here loaded.
Yes, they are. Farnsworth in 3rd overall. Back to our camera here at the start-finish line. Rolling transport. We'll give you an idea. Dirty Money has a substantial lead now. 3 laps to go.
Well, I think this also is evident of the evolution of Britt Lilly as one of the premier drivers in the sport. It always used to be, you have the great throttleman, you can just win with just about anyone. But on these courses, when he and Bill both told me the first time they came into this harbor and Britt turned it, Bill was kind of like, what are you doing?
Back to the XINSURANCE Telecam as we look at Dirty Money, and at my last count, they've extended what was a 9-second lead to a 41-second lead over Rolling Transport here, just past the halfway point of this Supercat race.
Hey, if you look at it the course-wise, Rolling Transport's barely halfway out towards the turn 1, and Dirty Money's already going into turn 2. I mean, that's how significant of a lead we are at right now.
3 laps left. Dirty Money, 388 skater. Competition engines. When you get back here, that Sterling engine roar in the motion with the Jackson Chase Muller.
I do like the lines of that boat. There's a very classic look to it. Probably not as perfectly aerodynamic as some of the newer ones, but
follow your leader in Supercat. You see Fort Zachary, Taylor State Park on the shore, heading back into the harbor. This is where you can watch these boats in excess. Is certainly Supercat, 125 miles an hour. Continue to hold the speed just at a shade under 104 unofficially on that average lap speed. With 2 laps to go, Dirty Money.
And people would be wondering, why aren't they backing off? And it's like, throttlemen and the drivers will tell you when they're in a rhythm and everything feels good and the boat's acting right, they don't want to mess with that too much. So they don't feel like they're pushing it right now. They're just running.
So we saw an early challenge of the CR Racing. Unfortunately, Rob and Casey had a mechanical and had to go into the pits. There was something that had gone on with Gradell Racing. They had to go into the cranes. You see the outer limits of Vinny Diorio, Sean Connor with Sterling engines on the outside of American Custom Marine. That's the number 4 boat, EWB Racing. Hancock has just come in front of them in 3rd with 2 laps left to go. Rolling Transport, you can see there on the leaderboard, is in 2nd. Helicopters will definitely refuel here between these 2 races, and we have super stock 14 boats coming out to race next before the Pro Class 1 and Super V's come out. Spirit of Qatar here coming by. As we look at Dirty Money on the live stream.
I am curious to hear about whatever happened with Gradell. I'm sure there will be varying sides to those stories. I guess we'll have to check with the officials too.
Well, I mean, sometimes in the scheme of things, boats do get close to each other and do come into contact with each other. And rubbing is not racing. This isn't, no. Water is 800 times denser than air. I mean, it's tough enough moving along. Sometimes, though, as you get into the bump, boats bounce around a little bit. You don't want to be contact with anybody at these speeds and
No.
at these forces. That's for sure. As Dirty Money comes by, penultimate lap finished. They're on their white flag lap. They eased up a little bit there. Now just notched under 103 miles an hour average speed. That's unofficial by our count here at the start-finish line. Last lap of the day for Dirty Money and Supercat. They're in the lead.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, there's just...
It's the first time, I think, so far today we've not had some kind of excitement going on at the end of a race. We've always, so far, the first four produced a lot of excitement. This one, Dirty Money's just running such a great and clean race. Hats off to him. Hey, he's trying to make things not so much exciting this time around for this one.
We'll get you a clock on they were 41 seconds ahead at last count, and that's now, I think, past a minute. So, I mean, the team's now in second and third. They're trying to hold their podium position, that's for sure. Most important to them is we watch the rest of the teams come through.
Wicked's definitely in jeopardy of being lapped now.
Yeah, Wicked is about to get lapped on the outer leg.
Nice race for Hancock Claims. A lot of work that the Wins Farnsworth teams put into that boat with Anthony Smith and Christian McCauley and the 40 MTI with the Case engines.
And this is all still unofficial. Got to get through tech, but Spirit of Qatar.
Yeah, 58 seconds is the official interval between Dirty Money and the number 2 boat, Rolling Transport now. We got that boat running. A lot of hard work from Bobby Adams, the entire crew. Great co-owners in Bo and Tiffany Renfro. And it's been quite a run for 2 years for this team. And Bill Pyburn, no one's more critical of his team than he is and himself. And,
right.
And he blames himself for some misses on setup this year. He was really pursuing the national championship, but he got everything that he could handle from Team Gradell out of Canada. Unfortunately for them, they retired earlier here today, but we still have 2 more days of racing.
Oh, Wicked was able to hold him off.
Dirty Money.
But Dirty Money
finishes today first here in Supercat class. There is your winner today in the first of 3 days of racing. Congratulations to Bill Pyburn and Britt Lilly, the 388 skater with Goodwin competition engines. Dirty Money wins today unofficially. Turned laps at 104, almost 105 on average speed. I mean, surely they were touching in the 120s on the fastest parts of the course. You see your number 3 boat at our last count, which was Hancock Claims. We'll see how things shake out on the podium here in Supercat as the rest of the teams come through.
There's Rolling Transport.
So Rolling Transport still holding on to second.
Dirty Money's still running on the outer leg.
Yeah. Did you have them at 7 or 8 laps?
I had them at 8 laps.
So did I. Sometimes it's... we talked about it, and they're counting that first 3/4 lap as a lap, so that should be the race.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean... I'm looking at the base boat to see if there's a checkered flag.
Well, the Qatar still has 1 more to go after this, but this should be Qatar's white flag lap as well.
Okay, maybe.
No, there's the checkered flag.
Yep.
Yeah, and so it's a little late, I believe.
It's okay.
It's day 1.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
In the middle of the ocean. Where they're racing to, maybe.
Love those guys from Lake Havasus.
They could wind up on the podium with just solid finishes the rest of the week. You never know.
It's a great boat. Bob Teague put together a great product for sure. He's chief referee for these races. But Dirty Money is still out there racing. By unofficial results, we have them as your first place boat and already finished here today, but as often happens, we see victory laps, just safety laps, just to make sure you
yeah, because they don't do the pieces of duct tape.
No, they have
their Motec system.
Yeah, they didn't go around for a full lap. They're done.
Their Motec records the laps for them.
Yeah.
You mean the pieces of tape are no more? We've gotten rid of that system?
No, believe me, there are still some teams that pull tape.
There are plenty of teams.
Yes, it happens. See, Roland Transport's already.
Yeah.
It off screen. We're watching run. They've already pulled to the center of the race course. So
I never did see American Custom finish their last 2 laps.
They did come through.
Did they come through?
They did come through. Yes. So they're still running in second in Extreme. So we're watching for our Extreme boats to finish up. Heading to get their checkered flag is Dirty Money. Congratulations to the team of Bill Pyburn and Griff Lilly.
And Bobby Adams, crew chief, and Bo and Tiffany Renfro. It's quite a team they've assembled.
I can tell you right now, this is a victory, but the work is not done.
Oh no, this for them is like, okay.
We did what we wanted to do.
It's like leading.
Well, especially after last year.
At halftime.
Yeah.
Especially after last year, what they went through. You know, that's got to be on their mind out there. So, yeah, they understand. He's won world championships. Chris won too many world championships not to know what this means day one. It's a good lead. That's all it is.
There's your American Custom Marine team.
Yeah, they still have one more lap. Qatar's coming down to the finish right now, and American Custom has to go down one more time here.
Yeah, that's off screen for our live stream viewers, but for those of us watching here at the Mole and listening 97.7 Sports Radio, just watch them come through. But Qatar will have a #1 finish. We look overhead at the 54 Marine Technologies with the 1350 Mercury racing engines. Sheikh Hassan, Jabor bin Al-Thani, and Steve Curtis back together again in spirit of Qatar. Brett and Bill are getting their checkered flag at the pace boat. They'll parade that on by the fans overhead from the spirit of Qatar from the XINSURANCE Helicam. So imagine these helicopters are going to head off and fuel. We'll go into a brief intermission before we resume action in the final 2 races. Will be Super Stock and Pro Class 1. Did they ever get that flag? From my vantage point, hard to see.
I have not.
I don't see.
No, I don't think Dirty Money. I don't think they got it yet. I think it was.
Yeah, I think they're pulling up a
little.
little.
The flyby was a little bit too wide that first time through, so they're trying to.
I think the pace boat
There we
just
go.
threw
Yeah,
it to 'em.
we got it this time.
Yeah, that's happening off screen, but we're watching it here from shoreside, right next to the IHRA, International Hot Rod Association hospitality area, and in between the Race World Offshore.
Your machine got you here, and the Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit will get you home. This compact tire filling kit comes with over 200 grams of CO2 for filling your motorcycle, side-by-side, and ATV tires. No batteries, no disappointment. The only US-made CO2 valve.
Get up, man. Bottle place closes in 10 minutes. Let's go cash in.
Miami is the envy of all people in the amusement rentals business. I call it the hottest town and the hottest city in the country. In 1995, I bought my first bounce house. 25 years later, and over 1,000 inventoried items, here sits Allstar Events.
What the fuck?
98% of our business was backyard parties. But we got a couple of inquiries from municipalities, cities. But we also saw that some of the requirements were different than what we were used to in the backyard business, mostly having to do with insurance needs. So we started to say, okay, if we properly insured ourselves, would it pay off in the amount of business we could bring in? and that was a no-brainer. As we insuranced up, we saw more and more people come on, mainly because of our insurance provisions. So that was instrumental to our growth, absolutely, absolutely. Although it's fun and games, that's the nature of our business, it comes down to one thing, our responsibility to keep people safe. We don't take that lightly, from the snow cone attendant to the roller coaster attendant. So it felt like when I found X Insurance, I found a partner. And consequently, our claims have gone down considerably. Now we're in a place where we understand risk and we understand challenges. X Insurance saved my backside a million times over and puts me here as the #1 player in the hottest city, in the hottest town in the country.
Thanks to our friends at Mako, the DP Show, proud to be a part of this, giving listeners a chance to join us in San Francisco for Super all the way down a trip or two, including round trip airfare, 3 nights, hotel stay, ground transportation, and VIP access to see us do our show. If that's not enough, Mako.
You think it's tired of screaming and yelling and hugging each other?
And 10 Mako and DP Show
Stop. I hear him chat to the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man so tough, but must keep walking.
Your machine got you here, and the Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit will get you home. This compact tire filling kit comes with over 200 grams of CO2 for filling your motorcycle, side-by-side, and ATV tires. No batteries, no disappointment. The only US-made CO2 valve.
Get up, man. Bottle place closes in 10 minutes. Let's go cash in.
Miami is the envy of all people in the amusement rentals business. I call it the hottest town and the hottest city in the country. In 1995, I bought my first bounce house. 25 years later and over 1,000 inventoried items, here sits Allstar Events. 98% of our business was backyard parties. But we got a couple of inquiries from municipalities, cities. But we also saw that some of the requirements were different than what we were used to in the backyard business, mostly having to do with insurance needs. So we started to say, okay, if we properly insured ourselves, would it pay off in the amount of business we could bring in? And that was a no-brainer. As we insuranced up, we saw more and more people come on, mainly because of our insurance provisions. So that was instrumental to our growth, absolutely, absolutely. Although it's fun and games, that's the nature of our business, it comes down to one thing, our responsibility to keep people safe. We don't take that lightly, from the snow cone attendant to the roller coaster attendant. So it felt like when I found
go, Scott Porte, the engineer, developer of the Porte hydraulic transom bracket, does so much more than just get your outboard engine up in shallow water, up the sandbars. It helps so much with navigation in bumpy water. You can dig those gear cases down deeper for better directional stability. Made with tough aircraft aluminum. You can find out more at porteproducts.com, not only for fishing or for racing, for high performance, but also military and industrial purposes. porteproducts.com. Let Scott build one for you. Scott, thanks for joining us. We hope to maybe see you again before these races end, and enjoy the Superstock race. It ought to be a lot of fun. Looks like the weather's gonna be just right for them.
Yeah, it's for those who can't see, the water is just the most perfect, smooth. It's going to be easy racing. The throttle men aren't going to be working too hard. There's not really any bump on the outside. So this is like a pavement racetrack, or as close as it gets to it. Excellent day.
And the forecast for Friday, I mean, things can always change here in the islands, but it's going to be similar, and then maybe even lighter on Sunday. It could be a fast racetrack for these Superstock guys over 3 days. Scott, great catching up with you, buddy.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Talk to you soon. Scott Porte of Porte Products. More coming back here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio from the Key West World. Superstock Racing, Pro Class 1, and Super Vs up next to wrap up the day.
Thank you, man. You got it.
Hey, we're back here for more coverage. Back on the broadcast center is Eric Cole. Hang on just a second, guys. Damn it. Okay, we're back in the broadcast center, joined by Eric Colby of Speed on the Water and Joey Cook from the Key Citizen. Super stock boats are milling. We should have our stock class, which is the biggest fleet of boats here in Key West, coming right at us pretty fast.
Yeah, 14 boats, all 32-foot catamarans with twin Mercury Racing 300R outboards. Have to meet a minimum weight when they come out of the water, so there's weight distribution involved and how everything gets placed in the boat. And the winds now, or what are we at, around 15?
You know, I'm having a hard time getting a report, but you could take a look at
the flags on the patrol boats.
And that's not out of the east northeast. That's out of the north.
Yeah.
Okay, that's coming right down the harbor. And it's pretty stiff, and you know,
Scott coming right into their tunnels as they come down from the turn 2 into the harbor.
But the water conditions are still pretty light, as Scott Porte just mentioned. But I think wind's going to be an issue. You're talking about the lightest boats, you know, catamarans. You got to get the balance right, the weight right in the boat, because they have to carry up to 500 pounds to make weight. Right propeller choices. You have some really super experienced super stock racers here. This is going to be one heck of a race.
And they, for some reason, some of them tend to like to run very close to one another. And that doesn't always bode well aerodynamically for these boats.
Yeah, so close, in fact, that at one point, two boats were
took off side by side. They were
one went over and it carried the other with it. They both flipped over backwards right here in front of the fans at the Truman Annex Outer Bowl area, and that was LPC and Team Allen Lawn Care. Allen Lawn Care. Yeah. So anyway, aerodynamically, these things are light. You got to know how to set them up, and there's a bunch of them. There are a bunch of bees out there. Why don't you give us our starting grid, Eric?
All right. After their successful run in factory stock, say less, Chad Rudsill and Rusty Williams have lane 1. Team Nautical Ventures, Matt Cheminsky, Sean Torrenti, lane 2. Drink Kilo, Dale McEachern and Austin Blocker, lane 3. Lane 4, Diggin' Deep, Andy Miller and Todd DePhillips. Lane 5, Nuff Said, Lewis Martins and Nick Imprescia throttling. Lane 6, Celsius, Chris Hopgood and Jay Muller. Jay Muller's doing triple duty this week. Lane 7, Wozencraft TFR Racing, Julian Maldonado throttling. Jeremy Sheeta is the owner. He's on the wheel. Lane 8, Team Bermuda, GL Construction, David Selly, Stephen Bridges. 9, XINSURANCE Moxie Racing with David Whalen on the wheel and Greg Reichman on the throttles. 10, Coco's Monkey, AJ Bogino on the wheel, Pete Bogino throttling. Lane 11, Ray Marine, your national champions, Cole Leibel, Gary Ballou. 12, Team Allen Lawn Care, Randy Keys and Billy Allen. 13, Demon Bikini, Deanna Shadlow, Chad Havens. And 14, Michaelized, Pete Rivero and Ricardo Maldonado. Now, the interesting thing with this is they have an extra buoy going into turn 1, similar to the commitment marker in the middle of the track in a NASCAR race. All the boats on the lanes 1 through 7 go on the inside of that buoy. All the boats 8 through 14 go on the outside of that buoy. If they don't hold that position, they're penalized.
So the idea here is spread the boats out, don't let them bunch up, keep them away from each other. And
waiting on buoys. Oh, I'm not on, but we're waiting on buoys down there. The safety does not like the way the buoys are positioned in turn 1, so they're repositioning buoys in turn 1 for these 14 boats to all have access to. If they're coming out there, 8 deep, potentially 10 deep. Who knows? They got to make sure everything's set right.
Yeah. So again, back to the starting grid. You put the first 7 to the left side of the buoy. Everyone's got to go to the outside. Now, you had mentioned something about they were going to leave leave that buoy in place. Did you say that you'd have to go around the outside if you went to the inside at one point, or no? You didn't hear anything about
They're trying to get the class to agree that at some point during the course of the 6 laps. Remember the old Class 1 days? You had the long course and the short course.
Right.
They're trying to get guys to say, all right, you got to commit to doing 1 lap around the outside of the buoy, and I don't know where that ended up.
So I mean, at this point, I don't believe that's in place here. This is a starting grid that some of the leaders in Superstock class have brought forward. Gary Ballou, as I
he said it's what they do in XCAT.
When they're trying to get to another race start in 2 weeks away, you can't have a bunch of boats flipping over or bumping into each other. You got to ship them to the next place, so they spread them out, and that's what they do here. And you have the most boats of any class here, and although we have some large numbered classes up into double digits and bracketed to national classes, Superstock always has the most boats nationally out there.
I used to like watching when the Class 1 you had to go out and run the long leg because
Sure.
it brought strategy into it. When are you going to do it? When's the best time to do it? So if you were doing it with this and you had to pick the lap to go around the outside, would you do it first, get it out of the way, and then make it up? Or do you do it late in the race when you've built up a lead? Or, so there's all those elements that could make it interesting if everyone could agree. Because I think they're looking at this as setting a format. Because I don't think the numbers in the class are going to get reduced next year.
Oh, it's just going to grow. I mean, when we talked about, tough boats possibly putting a boat into competition next year, and we've already Ryan Beckley, another one of the leaders of Superstock racing. They're one of their class representatives. He was another one that led for the starting grid that they're using here in Key West and have used earlier this year.
Offshore Racing Commission chairman.
That's right, so back to it. There's they're just doing things to make the class more professional. They have their own swag now. I don't know if you saw that. The logo that Coco's Monkey is.
Yes, I saw I think Pete Rivera was wearing it today.
He was, and the matching hats and different colors, and fans are all gravitating towards Superstock racing. So one thing for sure, though, if you look at the starting grid and the lane positions, I mean, with that spread out, some teams that you think are really in favorites to win this thing are on the outside of this position.
Coco's Monkey always runs well down here. They're in lane 10.
Yep.
Michael Eyes could be a good threat from lane 14. Demon Bikini, they've been coming along, but even like
Ray Marine
in 11.
Yeah.
Celsius in 6. Wozencraft 7.
They've got the approval. The pin has been placed. They're happy where the marker is, so they should be getting some smoke.
We
here
are
shortly.
cleared to race.
So we're cleared to race. These Superstock boats will be out and running here.
I think the tougher part is going to be like lanes like 4 through 7. Just that middle pack where, everyone's going to try, but they're also going to be competitive. They're going to try to leave the lane, but they're also going to want their advantage where they can grab it.
We're waiting to see some orange smoke gather up the Superstock boats here.
We did get one bit of news from the factory stock race. It was Caleb Mead who was transported to the hospital for further evaluation. It's my understanding that John Tomlinson will most likely get in the Class 1 boat for the next race and run Pothole Heroes with Carlos de Quesada. But we don't see smoke yet.
Been a long milling process today in the afternoon races, hasn't it, boys?
It sure has. This buoy in turn 1's giving us a lot of problems down there.
And one thing for certain, we're missing the captain of the Malia. Malia had been our turn 1 boat for nearly
that
3
big
decades.
expedition vessel, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Beautiful boat. Not that there aren't some nice yachts out here off of start finish, but that boat was such a recognizable mark of the course, just about.
Just an iconic part of this race, and unfortunately he passed away after last year's World Championships. Remembering the Malia this afternoon as Superstock Racing comes up. We have no video here. apparently.
So we'll.
Guess we're doing a radio broadcast.
We're going to call it radio style for now.
So we can only call it the way we see it here.
Still got a yellow, still got a yellow. Yellow is peeled off. We got a green flag.
So Superstock is underway. The race is on. Green flag is up.
That's a pretty even start for 14 boats there.
The buzzing bees are all. Oh, Reichman's off the pace. GL Construction's off the pace. Moxie Racing is off. But looks like Say Less is out there. We're going to have to wait for him to come around.
Yeah, for 14 boats, I was wondering how are they going to get them all lined up properly. But that was pretty good, gentlemen. That was pretty good stuff to get yourself together and make that a clean start there for that many. So
I would say the alignment was good.
Two thumbs up on that.
I would say the alignment was good. Maybe the two boats that are trailing had a Guardian.
Well, come to this first pin here. This will be really interesting to see.
And who's out?
How fast can they count to 7? Are they? I'm sitting 7th. No, I'm sitting 7th right now.
Well, I'm assuming they have an official on the turnboat to make sure that the boats that were supposed to go outside that buoy did.
Well, it looks like they got through that first turn pretty clearly there.
Yeah, these results will definitely be unofficial. Red flag.
Red flag.
So there's a red flag up, folks.
Turn 1.
Turn 1. Something happened down there. Might have been. I spoke too soon. I guess not. That's a lot of boats to be going through. And you look now. I see it now. You can see it out there a little bit. They're all mulling to that one area there. Looks like somebody got spun around or something, but it can't really tell.
All right, so another red flag here today. Superstock race suspended about a half lap into it.
Drink Kilo is the one that I believe they're looking at right now.
So Drink Kilo from Oro Station, Canada.
Yep, Drink Kilo.
He's upside down. You can see him right here. It does look like he is upside down. On the
Austin Blocker is the throttleman for that boat out of Outlaw Performance.
Yeah, great guy. Just talked to Dale McEachern, the owner, driver of that boat.
Yep.
Getting a report from race control, they may have barrel rolled there.
This is my fault. I looked at the clock and said, 3:11, we'll have plenty of time to get 2 races in.
Well, for those that are getting off work, there's still plenty of time to get down here and see the rest of these last 2 races.
Very optimistic approach.
That's what I'm thinking. Going for it. Kids are getting out of school right about now.
We're monitoring race control for you right here.
That's going to be tough getting off those boats back together again. That great start that we had, it's going to be tough to pull that off a second time and get them back milling again and everything like that. So it's a tough one to take on the first turn right after that great start.
Yeah, and that's another one where how close are guys cutting it on fuel? After that long mill, now they might have another long mill because they got to get that boat to the inside of the course. Got to get the guys out of it and make sure they're okay. And
in essence, they've run 1 lap too. By the time they get back to the milling area, they've gone out and run a lap on this gas too.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to count this first
third
of a lap as anything.
No, you can't.
And they'll probably just restart them and Drink Kilo, everyone, wherever he was low position, they'll just move in from there. Because he was lane. Oh, Drink Kilo was lane 3.
Thanks for bearing with us here. We're having video issues here that I'm trying to rectify. Go ahead, guys. All right,
now we got.
All right, I'm just had to pull up our feed on Facebook.
That's Austin Blockers. It's the old jackhammer.
So, Eric and Joey here, we're going to do another restart, huh?
Yeah, good. Like I said, the 13 boats getting back out there, lining everybody back up. It took a while to get that whole milling set up for the first race here and get everybody set. It's going to take a process again here to get all this set back up. And like I said, they got to clear that. So, like you brought up, Eric, the whole gas situation is going to start coming in everybody's mind right now. You still have 6 laps, the whole race to do.
Yep.
You know, you have to meet certain weights requirements, so you can only do so much gas, and you only take so much stuff. You know, so the weight requirements that you have to have at the end of the race, even so, and you want to get down and be able to be, you know, really light at the end of the race, so you can really pull that ultimate speed up. So right now, everybody's got to be looking at that and wondering what happens here. I mean, can they refuel? If it takes that long, will they allow these teams to refuel, or you're hoping that you made the right choice before and you don't break down because you run out of gas here on the last lap? That would be a very, you know, horrific way. I mean, that would haunt my dreams if I knew I dug down because I ran out of gas on that last lap because of all the milling. So that's going to be the number one thought right now. When do you go down there? When do you turn your motors back on? Do you just hope to float around in that area? You know, there's a lot of questions that you got to be asking right now. What's the game that we're playing?
When you're milling, you're required to keep
going
in a circle.
At what point do they tell them that they're going to... The crew is safe on the boat. We're getting word. The crew is safe.
Good. During the refueling break.
It looks like they're bringing them in here right now. Actually,
we got a little bit of video here, Joey. I'm not sure how late this is because I'm watching this off of Facebook. Yeah, the Drink Kilo, tough day for Austin Blocker, Dale McEachern.
Did get a phone call from a kind of a blast from the past, Nicholas Dorsich.
Yeah,
Father Stephen Dorsich.
Yeah.
Well, Nick raced one year here.
Did he?
Remember, if he ran Ryan Beckley's 32 with, I think it was Isaiah Blount, and they podiumed. So good to hear from him. He said they'll be down here next year for his wife's 40th birthday, so that was cool. But glad to see that the guys are okay. Now unfortunately, they'll probably just pull the boat to the inside of the course.
Well, I mean, it's so far out there. You're going to start the tow process inwards, you know, but you got to clear the course first. Again, it could be that by the time they're even getting them off the course, they've got these boats set back up there, and they're just getting into the starting line. So, the process is going to be long for both sides here. Well, not long, but a little bit extended for both sides here. So we got to just wait and be patient with everything at this moment.
The good news is they're most likely going to already have the Pro Class 1 boats craned in by the time they get these guys out.
I mean, that was the whole idea there. But again, it's a matter of getting everybody into position, and you've got a whole bunch of boats going out in that next race too. You've got, your whole 6 of the Super Bs, that huge Super B class that we've never seen like that, plus another 8 from your Pro 1. So you're talking 14 boats. Now again, you're only staging 8, a start of 8 and a start of 6, and a start of 13 out there like these two right now. This one right here.
Yeah,
but it's still a lot of boats to get out there and get ready, everything to that effect. And we got to get our divers back up too. They got to get back in the helicopter.
They just pulled divers off the boat and put them in the helicopter.
Oh, nice. I see one coming in right here as we watch here.
Yeah, because these are the guys that got wet, so they don't get back in the helicopter. They put the dry guys in the helicopter in case they got to go in now.
Gotcha.
The problem is if you got to put too many more guys in the water, do you run out?
Right, exactly. How many,
So...
Well, we're eating up a lot of time. That's
restart is in... Oh, we're restart and we're doing 5 laps. So... We were at 6, so they've cut a lap. So they're going to do 5 laps after the restart.
Well, we're getting long in the day.
Yep, 3:20.
Yep.
So. This is when the final 7th race was supposed to be being held right about here now. So yes, we're definitely starting to see the sun fade. Although, and with daylight saving times, we are getting a little bit earlier here with the darkness.
Yeah, I wasn't quite ready on Sunday afternoon for pitch dark at 4:45.
And now we're just got to get them clear, get them off this course right now. The drivers are out, the crew's safe. Let's get this boat into safe areas so we can get these guys running again.
All right, guys, got your shot back for you.
I'm starting to think that if I'm Ray Marine or Coco's Monkey, I might be kind of glad to be on the outside of this mayhem.
QS baseball, badass.
All right, 5 laps. Superstock back out again. Another start.
Yeah.
And away we'll go here.
Hopefully they get them out quick.
Get them lined up as quick as possible.
But we got to get off. We don't know where exactly Drinkilo was in relation to in the position of the corner. So they got to get them inside the course
right,
first.
Exactly. Yeah, that's. And it doesn't even look like they're milling down there right now. Like I said, I think they're just kind of lining, waiting.
Yeah, they're waiting. They're not going to really push that they must mill.
Right.
They just want them watching the pace boat and
well,
being
of
ready.
course, yeah. But at this point right now, that's what I'm saying. That you might almost it might be better to have them kind of not be on the move, wasting gas. Again, it's about gas at this point. And yes, we've got it down to one less lap, but it's still going to be pushing it tight at this point.
Yeah, we still got 13 boats that got to get through that turn.
Well, winds are right at about 13 miles an hour, recording them out of the east-northeast. Looking at some of the flags on the boats, and again, they can kind of deceive you here in the harbor because you get away from the seawalls, the Mallory Square and the outer mole area, and there's free air packing down the harbor here. But those flags are standing up, and the wind now at about 13 miles an hour. And I definitely think with these superstock boats, when they come into the harbor and they take that degree turn to the right, maybe catching some air down the tunnel, and they're going to want to be very careful about how hot they go in to that 180-degree turn deep in the harbor.
Yeah, or even when they turn and square up to come straight down northerly. Look at the way the flags are. It's going to still be coming right down their tunnel. So let's see if we see any movement.
JW busy on the radio over here. See what he comes up with.
They most likely won't do a smoke again. They usually don't do it for restarts.
Good shot overhead, the XINSURANCE telecam. You can see the Wozencraft team.
Nautical Ventures.
Yep.
Celsius.
So we didn't really get a chance. Now we get a chance to talk a little bit about it with maybe a faster track. One of the fastest boats.
Is Wozencraft hung up on that buoy?
Yeah, it is. Boat tangled in the turn. Exactly what we're getting note from.
Because they were getting out trying to untangle the buoy from the motor.
Try to take that pin really tight, I guess.
I've had that same problem here several times.
How about don't get so close to it?
Oh, dear. But yeah, back we saw Team Nautical Ventures. One of a very fast boat and really coming into their own this year was the Team Nautical Ventures team with Sean Torrente and Matt Jaminski.
Sean said this year is the first time he feels like he's come into Key West ready with his boat. This is the first time he's really felt like the boat is where he wants it. So that could be big because a confident Sean Torrente.
Yeah, and an outside leg that probably is not going to be as challenging here in Key West. I mean,
All
we
right,
still
they got him untangled.
Yeah, so I mean, listen, Friday remains to be seen, and although the forecast says that it's going to be a little under 15, sometimes here in Key West it just doesn't play out true. And I mean, we could have a wind that's 5-6 miles an hour stronger, out of the east, out of the east or the east-northeast. So, I mean, let's see what Friday plays out, but they definitely are forecasting that this weekend is going to be light winds under 10 miles an hour. So that bodes for a very fast Sunday.
Yes, sir.
Especially in Superstock, pardon me.
Yeah, and then if they're running 6 laps, that means they're running, I think, 9 on Sunday.
Yes,
or
9
10
on
laps,
Sunday.
10 laps
I have
on
9 on Sunday
oh,
is
no,
what I have.
9, yep.
Yeah.
I had 10 for factory stock. But, yeah, 9 laps on Sunday, so now you may not be calculating as much for fuel because you're going to want to make sure you have enough on Sunday.
Right.
And especially if any of this stuff happens on Sunday, then the stress levels go to another notch.
So you're looking at your starting grid there. Of course, Drinkilo is out after flipping over, our second boat to flip over here in today's race, Embiid Family Racing earlier.
Yeah, let's see if Nick Imprescia takes advantage now of being in lane 3 in the Nuff Said boat. Did he just learn something? But Team Allen, we all know that Billy likes rough water, so you'd think today would be his day to try to take advantage if it's going to supposedly calm down Friday and Sunday.
Yeah, it just really looks like things have laid down despite the winds, and the tide's really kind of playing into that right now.
Well, the one thing this delay has done is it's calmed down the washing machine right in front of our vantage point.
Sure.
Usually that's really churned up.
Oh, it was turned up earlier, certainly at the end of the early morning races, and we thank you for staying with us this race day, long day. We worked through early morning issues here on the live stream, but we're back, and still a lot more to do, not only today, but in the rest of the event, Friday and Sunday wrapping up here. RWO World Championships presented by Race World Offshore.
Because if you look at 6, 7, I mean, you got GL Construction, Cocos, STR, and Celsius right there. That could be interesting. That mix, that little mix.
5:25 Eastern Standard Time here in Key West, Florida. Eric Colby of SpeedOnTheWater.com and Joey Cook from the Key Citizen joining Todd Swafford here, live coverage from Key West. Want to give a shout out to your event, SpeedOnTheWater.com.
We got it all clear, guys.
Yeah, we're going to start tomorrow night, Thursday night, the Big Bash. We'll be broadcasting live from 5 to 7, the fundraiser for local charities tomorrow night.
Yeah, I'll come down. I know we're going to do the one with Matt, but I'll probably come down early if you guys want me to sit on any of the other radio chats.
And
I'm more than happy to do that.
Street is closed out in front of Pickle Sports Pub. And all gets underway the auction at 7 o'clock. All kinds of great events and raising money for local charity. Look overhead at Coco's Monkey, the father and son team, Pete and AJ Bogino. There's Ray Marine to the right of your screen. They're your national champion.
Moxie XINSURANCE to the left.
The new Victory Hull just debuted on the season in Clearwater.
Looked like Digging Deep there was just on camera. Still a very healthy fleet. Of guys
14 teams, it's going to happen.
Itchy guys who want to get going. So here we go. They're starting to see some thrust coming off the propellers. They're getting them in line.
And gals, Leanna Shadlow and Team Demon Bikini with Chad Havens and 32 Shadowcat.
Shadowcat.
Sorry. Tug Right Catamaran. I was thinking of the Shadlow Cat. It was a Shadlow Cat. Leanna Shadlow.
Next thing you know, we're going to be talking about the Lavens and.
No, I had my.
You had your hat on.
I had my fair share of. Yeah, I did have on my Jesse James cap a couple of days ago. I called my fair share of Shadow Cats in the day.
Black Duck, Pennzoil.
Yep.
Nicky Coutro used to race the Pennzoil boat.
El Boss.
With, I think it was
El Boss.
It was Shane Mayhew, right?
Yeah, that boat was fast. That thing was the first boat to go over 100 miles an hour here in Key West. Here's your super stock grid up on play. We're going to start again after the red flag and the turnover of Drinkilo. Here comes your super stock grid. Once again, one boat short. Looking for the green flag. 5 laps to race here on the opening day of the RWO Key West World Championships. Here we go.
Let's see if Nautical Ventures gets that start from lane 1, because there he goes, slingshot.
Well, he's off to a quick start, as is Ray Marine. The race is on. Super Stock Racing in Key West, and Torrente and Jaminski take off in a flash.
Michael Eyes is right there with him. Pete Rivero and Ricardo Maldonado.
32-foot catamarans with the 300R Mercury Racing engines. You can see Team Nautical Ventures. They've got to stay in their lanes, remember now.
It looks like there. And look at Nick Impressia and his making the most of his ride in the pink boat.
Yeah, another one of the Team Bermuda teams, one of the two here, along with GL Construction.
And GL Construction's right there, much better start than they had in the first race. But look at Gary Ballou and Cole Leibel slowly starting to inch out.
So to the inside with a better lane, Team Nautical Ventures.
Sean Terensky, Tente, Matt Jaminski. Let's see how the rough water treats Sean's boat compared to the Victory.
Taking some air.
Yep.
They're battling it a little bit. They fall off pace, Team Nautical Ventures a bit. Look at Enough Said. Yeah. So
Nick Impressia.
Now they'll dive through the inside. That was Say Less. Say Less is out in front of even Ray Marine there. And there's another boat leading.
I'm wondering almost where Enough Said was going, though, because
And
all these other guys are going straight.
Is that Team Nautical Ventures out in front?
Yep.
It is. Looked like they might have got stopped a little bit going around that turn, but nope, they kept their speed, and now they'll move towards turn number 2. And as we watch them go over the wide turn, 3 pins at 2 off Fort Zachary Taylor.
Yeah, looks like Digging Deep was trying to keep up with Ray Marine, and now Wozencraft and Digging Deeper along together.
So let's find out where they're at as they come back into the harbor here. Ray Marine now moves into third, I believe. Because I think Say Less was up in second. The Ray Marine.
Yep, there's
Here comes your leader, Torrente, Jaminski, and Team Nautical Ventures.
Ray
Marine's in second.
Enough Said third.
Ray Marine.
Wozencraft fourth.
Ray Marine 6.5 seconds off the lead.
Deep fifth.
8.
17 to 6.
3 is 10. 11.
All right, so we're trying to catch up on. On
Coco's
Superstock.
Monkey is on. I still didn't see Coco's come through there. Say Less and Bermuda, I had those two mixed up in there. I don't know where exactly I had them coming in, but I had Nautical to first, Ray Marine second, Enough Said third, fourth I had the TRF Racing. Wozencraft, Digging Deep sitting fifth. Team Allen was sitting sixth. Seventh was the Say Less, and Team Bermuda were side by 7, 8, 7, 7, 8 there. Kind of lost track of them. Ninth was the XINSURANCE. Sitting 10th, I had Demon Bikini. 11th, Michaelized, and then 12th, Celsius, and then I never saw Coco's Monkey come back through.
All right, Team Nautical Ventures maintain their 6.5 second lead over Ray Marine coming out of the hairpin turn in Key West at their lap number 1. So they have the lead as they head back out. There's a look from the XINSURANCE Telecam of your national champion, now number 2, Ray Marine, Gary Ballou, and Cole Leibel in the 32 Victory Hull.
I see Coco's Monkey on the far side, so they did come through. They were just in the wash somewhere in the back there, so I missed them coming through there. So that would put, again, in 12th.
A little surprised to see Celsius that far back.
Yes, that would put Celsius at the very back of the pack, actually, right now.
So STR Racing's Team Nautical Ventures has command of the pace right now in Key West. 4 laps to go. Of course, you don't have to win today to win the World Championship, but you want to place well.
Right.
Well, with this big of a fleet, I mean, everything can happen on any day here to really make things wide open. You know, a first and a 13th is really going to not put you anywhere at all. So this is going to be really interesting to see how it plays out across the 2 days to set up for Sunday.
Good look at overhead from the XINSURANCE Telecam of the STR catamaran developed in Southwest Florida by Torrente and his team.
Getting note that the Say Less is down. They're not up on plane.
So that'll move Team Bermuda up a spot, and Ray Marine holding on to second. Ray Marine is in second.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a grid from
the factory stock
class, that leaderboard.
So we've got the Nautical Ventures boat that was on display at the Fort Lauderdale Boat Show last week.
A little bit out of shape there.
Yep.
But you could scrub some speed, losing your attitude that way. And here they come, though, through.
You stand up the bow, you're not going forward. Yep, and here's
Ray behind him.
Second.
Seemed to be about the same distance behind.
Enough said, hold their spot, too.
Yep.
Here's the 8. The Wozencraft still holding fourth.
GL.
25 for 6.
Team Allen was 6th. 7th.
7th was Digging Deep, and 8th was Coco's just came through there.
Yep.
Here comes 9th, it's XINSURANCE. Demon Bikini's moving up on him into 10th. Analyze coming in 11th now.
And Celsius is still 12th.
And 12th is Celsius with the Say Less team that is now off pace big time. Well, I mean, they must be down and out of power.
Torrente's lead over Ray Marine now still is about a half second more. He's about 7 seconds out in front of the Victory Hull.
That is for sale.
They have a brand new one that's been delivered and will be racing next year. This class will have the new Mercury Racing
15-inch 300R.
Yeah, the Offshore Racing Series.
So I'll move the weight of those power heads down 5 inches on the transom, which all the guys asked for.
Mercury Racing developing that engine with all the hardware and all the things they've learned over the last several years.
And they say it's going to be louder, which is kind of cool.
The exhaust above the water line.
It was like Coco's Monkey and Demon Bikini both made a move through that turn there to move up his position.
Yep.
So Ray Marine continuing to hold second. Really, really craving that world championship as everyone is, but Cole Leibel has been in the sport now for a few years, and they've come close many times.
Snake bit a couple times by a $5 part while
Shift
leading.
actuator last year, I believe.
Yep. But here comes right now, the class of the fleet. Sean Torrente's self-made 32 STR hull.
They've been grinding on that. They've been working on it, making improvements, and Sean says he's got it, finally got it where he's feeling like they have the opportunity to win every race. Win a world championship maybe this year.
Yeah, he said it was always fast, but they made it corner. That's the difference.
So again, you can see some of those waves making them changing their attitude as they come into the harbor, but they're able to maintain speed. And through, continuing to lead. Team Nautical Ventures, followed by Ray Marine.
Making up a little space there.
The Ray Marine now trailing.
Oh, look at this coming in here, though. We got a race here. Nuff said trying to put a move on.
Wozencraft passed Nuff said.
Yep,
third.
Up to third.
GL fourth.
No, you have Nuff said, brother. Yeah. That was their fifth. This is sixth. Seventh is Coco's Monkey now.
Digging Deep is eighth.
Yep.
Ninth is Demon Bikini.
You saw that move at the turn 3 there.
10th is XINSURANCE. Moxie. 11th is Michaelized.
And Celsius trying to move their way up here, trying to get out of that bottom of that fleet here.
So Ray Marine continues to trail, now down to 5.5 seconds, but they're waiting for something maybe to happen for STR to get a little bit out of shape. And we have a buoy down, we're hearing, in turn 2. So we're not sure if that's going to affect the race as we look overhead at the X-Insurance Helicam of Team Allen Lawn Care, Randy Keys, and Bill Allen, followed by his very, very close friend, Pete and AJ Bogino, and the Coco's Monkey team, Coco's Island Apparel here in Key West. Teams are going to have to be cautious.
The officials will tell them it's up to you to know the mark of the course, even if it's not there.
Cautious
so
around.
You can't cut it just because the buoy's missing.
Around turn 2, they're going to have to be cautious. Unofficially, we had Team Nautical Ventures averaging 86.24 miles an hour on lap number 3. Back on top of your reigning world champion, Team Allen Lawn Care, from the X-Insurance Helicam.
They're sitting 6th right last time they came through.
Yep, Celsius is pulling Michaelized on the back of the leg of the course, where you can't see it. Now, when they won last year, was that the new boat or the old boat?
That was the new boat.
That was the new boat, okay.
Yes, it was. Team Nautical Ventures continuing to hold the pace here in Superstock class. We had a restart after Trinquilo flipped over on lap number 1. 5 laps here, and we'll have 1 lap after this when the boats come through one more time. Up next, Pro Class 1 and Super V to wrap up the day of the 44th Annual Key West World Championships here in Key West. On top of Stephen Bridges and David Sully, GL Construction, part of the Team Bermuda crew.
They've been running solid all season. I would not be surprised to see them make a run at the podium at this event.
And here comes our leader back into the harbor.
And look, Ray Marine definitely closing.
Ray Marine now 4 seconds off the pace.
Closing every lap. The last 2 laps have definitely started to close that. I'll be interested to see the 3-4 because last time those two came in, Nuffset and Rosecrans were right on top of each other. Rosecrans still, and Nuffset's falling back just a bit there.
But still, first time in that 32 dug right for Nick Imprescia on the throttles.
With 1 lap to go, I'm just not sure.
Coco's Monkey up to 6th.
They sure are. They were way back on the start, too. Team Allen's right there now in 7th.
Not
Here's
sure.
your 28 digging deep.
Ray Marine is really charging hard behind Team Nautical Ventures coming out of the harbor.
Will there be enough time, though?
I was just thinking
3 seconds behind. He took a second off of that lead, and he is stalking Team Nautical Ventures off screen, folks.
I don't know if there's going to be enough time, though.
I just don't know either.
I was
Torrente and Jaminski got to just keep.
Kali's is now up to 10th. X-Insurance is falling back. Celsius is even pushing them.
They've got to concentrate on keeping those props in the water, keeping that boat in shape. Ray Marine, 3 seconds now off the pace of the STR Team Nautical Ventures on the last lap here in Superstock.
But isn't this what Coco's always does too? They seem to work their way up through the fleet late in the race. And now they're up in the upper half, which makes them dangerous for Friday and Sunday.
Just not enough sea in front of them, not enough course left, I think, for Ray Marine here.
Yeah,
with the way Team Nautical Ventures is running today.
And it's one of these points, too. Gary's been through so many heartbreaks the last couple of years with things not going right. Do you really push for it, or do you just take the second place points and go, okay, let's work on this for Sunday, and let's make sure we're ready to go for the rest of this race?
100%. You sit and watch. If something happens, you make you move past them or closer. But at this point, you're sitting pretty. A top 3 finish is all you really could have hoped for. Certainly not going to win it today, Joey.
No, that's that. If Gary knows, like I said, I know he's pushed it before, but I think today's one of those days he's going to sit back and just be cool.
So poised to take the checkered flag and the first place points, half points here today and Friday, is Sean Torrente and Matt Jaminski from the STR Powerboats Team Nautical Ventures. There's your leaders coming around the wide sweeping turn off Fort Zachary Taylor back into Key West Harbor, the World Championship course for 44 years here in Key West. And there is your leader in Superstock.
Checkered flag is up on the pace boat.
32-foot STR hull, powered by Mercury Racing 300Rs. A little high on the nose there, but they will take the checkered flag here today. Team Nautical Ventures, second place goes to Ray Marine, 3.5 seconds off the pace of the leader, Cole Leibel and Gary Ballou.
Let's see if Team Wozencraft, pulled off the third, got the podium. Yeah, worked their way into that one. Got past Enough Said there.
Yeah, Jeremy Sheeta and Julia Maldonado out of Manatee Marine Unlimited. They take third. And Enough Said, Team Bermuda will take fourth.
Coco's
GL Construction will take fifth, another Team Bermuda entry. Good day for them. And Coco's Monkey, as Eric noted, Pete and AJ Pagino take sixth here.
Oh, digging deep up to seventh. Alan Longcare eighth.
Eighth. That's a big loss. That drop down for them. But you know what? That's a team again. We've been looking at this last two races. A lot of teams that know how to do this are sitting at the bottom half after Wednesday. You know, they could really change the standings come Friday, and it would make things really interesting some Sunday. So seeing a team like Team Allen fall back there, I think it's going to only make them hungrier for the rest of the week.
Appreciate you joining us here on the Race World Offshore live streaming, produced by X Insurance Sports here.
Last three here, we're having a nice race. Here comes 10.
Michaelized.
And see what happened here. And Celsius got around.
X Insurance Moxie.
He takes 12th. Celsius 11th.
Well, where is X Insurance Moxie?
I don't know. There he is right there.
Unofficial. They still got a way out. But for now,
top teams.
It's Sean Torrente's day.
Have to pass their inspections, but what a day for STR Team Nautical Ventures with the win. Your unofficial finishing order. Boys are getting ready to take their checkered flag here in Key West. Still a lot more racing to come for all classes. So we have 2 days left, but one big start coming up from Pro Class 1, followed by Super V. So we're going to have 14 boats out on the course. Horsepower of between 2,200 and 1,600. Yeah, for the V-bottom boats, the 572 cubic inch engines. The winners have their checkered flag. Congratulations to STR Racing's Sean and Matt. A win here in Key West. And their
consider it employee or more like colleague at this point, I think.
I think they're family.
Yeah,
I think
they really are.
You would just call them family.
And Ian Morgan, co-racer down here with Sean's crew this week.
Express team. Yeah, best friends, and
I'm sure won a world cheering on Mickey just as much.
Not only in that class, but also Mod V, a couple 3 years ago. There's the checkered flag of the winning team today. Second place goes to Ray Marine. Wozencraft takes third. Additionally, he's won XCAT. He's raced, Class 1. He's racing for Victory Team now in F1. So he's a very experienced outboard man, and I think I was talking, we were talking about that earlier about how many really experienced Class 1 boats outboard people,
they're getting this turn
outboard
quick.
specialists are in this class here in Superstock. Here come the Pro Class 1 boats out.
Yeah, they're getting this turn Friday night when you're racing tomorrow. But I remember talking to Reggie Fountain at races and saying, selling boats. We don't work on the race boats during the week. And I don't know motors, I know bottoms. So if I see a change I'm going to try, this is where I'm going to try it. And Sean was putting pieces of plywood on there, putting metal stuff on there. I mean, there's a certain amount of gumption that goes along with being willing to do that and kind of make yourself the guinea pig,
Yeah, 100%. He's tenacious.
Yes, very much so.
Yes. There's no second place for Sean Torrente. He's never going to be happy with it. And he is here to win it in Team Nautical Ventures. That is for certain.
And that's quite a good, because Nautical Ventures was acquired by the people who have the electric outboards up in Canada, the ones that Sean partnered with at the shootout. So that's how he ended up being sponsored by Nautical Ventures. Now he's carrying over that partnership with Vision Marine Technologies, and he's also a pretty savvy businessman.
No doubt about that. Special thanks to Maximus, sponsor of our Offshore live stream. The new Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit by Maximum Inflation is a class-made valve that uses CO2 cartridges for your side-by-side motorcycle or ATV. Your machine got you there. The Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit gets you home. Look at XINSURANCE North, JJ Turk and Nick Buis in the MTI, the former Abu Dhabi race team boat that was acquired.
Make sure it didn't plug it up.
Runs the fixed number 6s, so without the skegs and the rudder. It's the only combo package that is run in Pro Class 1.
And then
coming out.
You can see the in-cockpit cam in the lower right of the live stream. That's Bill Pyburn and Britt Lilly. And they've got a brand new tunnel tab in their XINSURANCE South Victory hull. See how that helps them out. Gives them a little more aero.
Little more uncommon for the surface drive rudder, but it's been done. The one that they designed is pretty much, it's pretty high tech. As we look at some of the Super V boats come out, they're going to get these boats started quickly here. As we saw knuckleheads on the bottom of the screen.
You want to go ahead and do the rundown?
Yeah, let's announce the starting grid for Pro Class 1 and Super V. Eric Colby, Speed on the Water.
Lane 1, Pro Class 1, WHM, Billy Moth and Jay Muller. Lane 2, XINSURANCE South, Britt Lilly, Bill Pyburn. Lane 3, GC Racing, Willie Cabeza, Grant Bruggeman. Lane 4, XINSURANCE North, JJ Turk, Nick Buis. Lane 5, Pothole Heroes, Johnny Tomlinson throttling, Carlos De Quesada driving. Lane 6, DeFalco Construction, Mike Falco and Billy Moore. And Lane 7, all the way from Australia and Italy, Mobile X with Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpet. Waltman, Lane 2, SV1, Team Farnsworth Hancock Claims, Elijah Kingery driving, Anthony Smith throttling. Lane 3, Cortez Cove Fountain, Rob Lockyer, Kirk Brito. Lane 4, Twisted, 42 Fountain, owner-driver Brian Klinick, throttleman Jack Smuller. Lane 5, DSK Marine, 39 Outer Limits, Michael Howe of How to Live fame, throttling. Timothy London driving, and Lane 6 is Dart with Ed Wendt driving and owner Bill McComb on the throttles. So a lot of people curious to see how that Outer Limits runs.
Agreed.
Curious to see if the Pothole Heroes team has found the speed that they were hoping to find. Will questions be answered?
No doubt.
Or will there just be more questions?
Listen, I got to tell you, I'm super excited about this, both of these races. I mean, outstanding turnouts. Competition is intense right here in Pro Class 1. And a lot of very experienced crews going at each other. And the same when you go to the Super Vs.
Well, what do you think Giovanni and Durham, they must just be like, if that hatch hadn't have come out last year, we would have had it. So they're going to come out loaded.
And you know DeFalco's going to be there because they were there.
Yeah. And DeFalco's going to be like, this wasn't a fluke. So the DeFalco team is going to want to prove that they earned the win last year, that it wasn't just because a hatch fell out.
Anyway, I'm out. It's all you. Jeremy,
thanks. We had a good time. It was my first time running here, so learning the course, and we'll be better on Friday. But yeah, it was a good race. Everybody did well. Sean did well. Gary and Cole did well. Obviously, we made some moves and got up in the mix and played around. So, looking forward to Friday.
Awesome. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
One more race, and we got an hour before the permit. But this in cockpit camera is kind of cool in the XINSURANCE South boat.
Yeah, of course, this is where they're running the longest 9 laps so far today.
Yeah, they're running 9, and Super V's running 7.
Right. So it's like 4 laps that we've seen anybody run here today, and as the sun is eclipsing on the horizon there.
Yep. Yeah, these boats don't have headlights. The track is not lit.
Nope, it's not. So it's definitely going to get to a point. Running lights won't be enough to notice where everything red and greens are.
Just the winner.
One thing we are fortunate for this kind of a cloudy sky, and we're not getting that intense setting sun that we normally get this time of year. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get away from it for all 3 days. We look on the we look to the pits. You see Gary Ballou congratulating the winners.
I think this is just right behind us.
It is,
at
yeah,
the podium.
Yep.
So good for you, Sean. And there's that distinctive deck line of the Pothole Heroes boat. I didn't get a chance to ask Michael Peters if that was in fact an aerodynamic hatch design, but he designed all the victories.
Mm-hmm.
And but the interesting thing is I was talking with John Tomlinson after the Clearwater race, and the Lamborghini Class 1 motors are about 600 pounds lighter than the 1100 horse Mercury turbo motors.
Wow.
So now you're talking 1,200 pounds difference, and you kind of almost have to start over with figuring out your weight distribution, your center of gravity, your center of balance. And, you know, look how long it took DeFalco. Basically an extra season, really, before they were dominating. But I don't doubt that Gary Stray and John Tomlinson can figure it out.
Oh, absolutely they can figure it out. And I really think creatively, and talk to Darren Nicholson about this.
Mm-hmm.
He comes all the way over from Australia to race these boats. He races, in Australia. He races XCAT internationally. And the development of the 1100 QC4V 4-valve quad cam engines was a genius, and it was a brainchild and work, and a lot of Stuart Halley, who was with Mercury Racing at the time, and Steve Curtis, and the business mind of Azam Rungwala. And they've developed, as you mentioned, it's heavier, but it's more dependable.
Yep.
And once these guys learn how to deal with these turbo engines, they absolutely love them. And they've got used to push out. So it's been very successful to have 8 boats here, potentially 9, and now you're hearing that Steve and
the Sheik
the Sheik are going to potentially run next year, and some other teams as well. So it's been a big success, these Pro Class 1 boats running the old Victory Hulls and
here in Key West versus the last 4 stops. 3-4 stops.
Yeah, I mean, Key West is, it's always the best, and to be the best, you have to win in Key West, so that's what we're working towards. But everything, I mean, the layout is always, just fantastic. The fans being able to be so close to the water and the boats going by, it's just the best show of the year.
Do you expect it to get a lot more busy than town in the next couple of days? What do you think?
My guess is by Friday, this place, you won't be able to walk through here. Yeah, by Friday, it gets pretty crazy. So we're looking forward to 2 more days of racing, and we're off to a great start.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Have a good week.
I want to take a picture of you guys.
All right, we're getting ready to get started for Pro Class 1 racing.
They are, yep, they're just starting to move. I can see them down in the harbor, so here we go.
Back to live action from the XINSURANCE Helicam.
Time to hear the roar.
Final race of the day. 2 starts here. Pro Class 1, 8 catamarans, but all with the 1100 turbocharged Mercury racing engines, and then 6 Super Vs, naturally aspirated engines, all V-bottoms.
9 laps for the Pro Class 1 boats, 7 for the Super Vs. The Super Vs, you got 1 skater, 1 outer limits, and 4 fountains.
It's been a long day to get to this point. It's time for Pro Class 1 racing, then Super Vs. Final race of the day of the 44th Annual Key West World Championships, presented by Race World Offshore, with a $250,000 prize purse, the largest in the history of the worlds, presented by IHRA, the International Hot Rod Association.
No green flag for this start. They just go when they hit the green buoys that you're going to see on your screen.
And they're off. DeFalco outside. Inside, GC Racing, XINSURANCE, and WHM have the pole with a burst of speed in the 482R. MTI, Willie Cabeza, and Grant Bruggeman.
Mobile X is at the very back of the fleet, wondering if you got Guardian going on already. The boat has sat for so long since last year's saltwater hosing of the inside of the cockpit.
Well, they're back up and running, though, but they are coming up from behind.
Caught that.
That's XINSURANCE North.
There's XINSURANCE North.
We're watching the trailing boats here so far.
Bill Pyburn and Britt Lilly are in your inset shot there. Getting used to their new tunnel tab.
Looks like GC Racing has the lead.
Yep.
It's tight, though. DeFalco appears to be close. Now the Super Vs are being picked up and getting underway. Here comes your Super V. As we go back to the leaders in Pro Class 1 for a moment, here they are, grabbing down Key West Harbor. There go the Super Vs on the live stream. And our Pro Class 1 leaders are about to come into the harbor for the end of lap number 1. There's Mobile X. They're off the pace. Comes our lead boats.
Looks like DeFalco is giving chase at this point, possibly to GC, but let's see.
Darren Nicholson, Giovanni Carpatella, Monster.
DeFalco.
Side-by-side battle. DeFalco just edges in front of GC. XINSURANCE South, and now Mobile X moves up into 3rd place. Followed by Monster Energy, Pothole Heroes, and WHM Motorsports. So Mobile X got some speed. DeFalco showing they want to defend their RWO World Championship.
Haven't seen X North.
I did not see X North.
No, there they are.
Yeah, well, I was wondering the same thing.
We look overhead at WHM going by the Harbor Hotels in the hairpin turn. More than about 180-degree turn in Key West Harbor.
Man, what a start there with those two. So we wanted to see right off the bat. You guys were chatting them up, and boy, they've not disappointed after that first lap.
Through the harbor turn, DeFalco has the lead and has moved away from GC Racing.
Well, look at X South.
They're challenging GC.
Getting used to that tunnel tab.
3-second lead
for DeFalco.
GC Racing has the widest tunnel.
Look
in
at
the
Monster
class.
Energy
Monster
moving up on X Insurance South. You'll see them move onto your screen here. X Insurance South.
Oh,
there they are.
There's
right
Monster coming in.
Fighting for third. Super V should be following in real soon.
Hancock.
Hancock and Knuckleheads. Team Fountain. Cortez go GPS. Twisted. This is all happening off camera. We're watching a battle for third place, and Monster Energy has taken the lead. X Insurance South now back to fourth. And I see Mobile X
lurking.
But it's hard to see. Now X Insurance South surges back. Look at the hops. Pro Class 1. Those are 12,000-pound boats.
This is why we're here. This is what we want to see.
X Insurance South now may have moved into second. We watch them make the turn at Fort Zachary Taylor back into Key West Harbor. And the fans in Key West are watching Knuckleheads and Farnsworth duke it out in Super V.
I think Knucklehead got sick of hearing about, Farnsworth got sick of hearing about Knucklehead. Now here you go.
DeFalco back through 107.9 miles an hour.
Monster, look at that. Good move.
X Insurance South in third.
Mobile X fourth.
We have a battle.
GC fifth.
For the top five.
One hole Heroes 6 still.
And 6 in Pro Class 1. 2 laps in. On a 4.48 mile course. 7 laps to go.
WHM, I did not see them come back through.
Me neither. X Insurance.
There they are right now.
Okay, so X Insurance just passed them.
All 8 boats out in Pro Class 1. As we watch the leaders come back out.
Monster trying to make that move. He's definitely putting time on that DeFalco.
2 seconds behind DeFalco Monster. And they've got speed. Myrick Coyle.
Tyler Miller.
438 Skater. In third, X Insurance South trailing. You can see the battle for first. Imcon chasing. Gets a little out of shape there. Might have scrubbed some
Whoa,
speed.
yeah, high fly there by the South. The X Insurance South got some big wind there. Able to settle it back down and hold on to his third place spot though right now.
Looking at our leader, that's Mike Falco and Billy Moore. DeFalco back to our leaders in Super V. They come back into Key West Harbor.
Farnsworth holding him.
The Knuckleheads running second off screen.
Yeah, this is only Jay Waltman's second time throttling Knucklehead. Anthony Smith used to be in the boat.
On
Cortez Cove,
third place.
Go GPS.
Back to our leader on the live stream, DeFalco. Still giving chase, Monster Energy, the big Pro Class 1 teams, putting on a battle here in Key West. They'll touch 130 miles an hour here coming into Key West. In front of the fans.
Falco's still hanging.
Still averaging 108 miles an hour, and just 2.5 seconds behind is Imcon, X Insurance South, and then Mobile X. Coverage of the 44th Annual Key West World Championships as we watch DeFalco come out of the harbor Looks like he made some time in that turn.
Well, they moved, MCon Monster moved to the outside, too. So Billy and Mike must have held the line tight and given Myrick nowhere to go.
No, there's still a couple, 3 seconds off the stern of DeFalco. XINSURANCE South holds third, and Mobile X sitting in fourth. DeFalco turning that last lap at a 107.84 average speed.
Potholes trying to make a move off camera.
Yep. And here's the Dart Performance Engines.
They're sitting fifth right now in that
Skater.
Super V.
XINSURANCE North passing one of the Super Vs.
Boats out on their fourth lap here in Pro Class 1. This looks like our leaders in Super V coming back in.
Yep.
Hancock claims.
Off camera, we see our leaders in Super V. We're looking at the GC Racing.
And he feels like he's opened up against Knucklehead for sure there.
Yeah.
You can hear those boats roaring in our headsets across the start-finish line. Super V boats through on their latest lap.
Buoy down in turn 3. We have a caution in turn 3.
And our leader in Pro Class 1 comes through. 2.5 seconds over MCon. 1 mile an hour less on that lap. DeFalco, Mobile X in fourth. There's Pothole Heroes battling with GC for fifth.
Yep.
Look at XINSURANCE North making a move there too. He's closing that gap.
Just came
Backside
across
there,
the
but
start-finish line there. Monster just still chasing 3 seconds behind DeFalco.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be really closing any more than that.
Be a little bit of
seemingly DeFalco's actually pulled back away again a little bit.
but not much, maybe 3/4 of a second.
Right, but that's big right now.
It is. Little traffic in front of DeFalco right now as he negotiates turn number 1. We look back at XINSURANCE North. Boats are out on lap number 6 here in Pro Class 1. Lap number 4 in Super V.
Lap 5 and
lap 5 and
Class 1 and 4 for Super V.
WHM Motorsports, XINSURANCE South, XINSURANCE North, excuse me, taking up the back
sitting
part
at
of the
7th
grid
right now.
Yep, 7th and 8th.
There comes XINSURANCE South on the screen. Getting ready to turn back into the harbor.
Be curious to hear how they like the tunnel tab.
DeFalco through once again in the lead.
Hancock also coming through in the lead, still in the Super V's there, right by Monster.
Was Hancock Claims.
Yeah, Hancock Claims was in first place in the Super V right there. Then you got the XINSURANCE South here in third. Knucklehead's buried back there as well in second place in the Super V, right behind that Mobile X, which is sitting fourth in the Pro class.
A lot of traffic in front of the boats into the harbor right now.
Well, it's just the idea of going into that turn in the harbor with limited visibility at 100 miles an hour with a boat right alongside you.
Well, X Insurance North trying to move around Pothole Heroes. We watch the boats come into Key West Harbor from the X Insurance Helicam. Looks like Monster Energy may have gained some speed.
Yeah,
or DeFalco
might be coming off
DeFalco
pace,
might be coming off pace, and Monster Energy looks like they've gone around DeFalco
with ease.
Yeah,
it was not even like two different classes there, so you got to believe something. DeFalco's lost some pace, lost some speed for sure, almost.
Might have a Guardian issue.
Monster Energy moving into first place, heading towards turn number 1. Second boat of the X Insurance camp, the X Insurance North, the Marine Technologies Hall.
Yep, they got around Pothole Heroes.
We'll be watching the leaders in Pro Class 1. When they came through, DeFalco had the lead, but we saw Monster go around them about a quarter way through the current lap. Haven't had enough time to talk about some of the other boats in Super V. One of the boats is coming off plane. The Twisted boat looks like it's
headed to the back end of the pits.
Yeah, back into the pits off screen. So we're looking at our leaders right now in Pro Class 1, I believe. Appears to be Monster and DeFalco still battling at it.
A lot of haze. Just from the spray, they're all kicking out. There's Monster coming through
Monster
first.
well ahead, actually.
So Monster is taking over a big
DeFalco
lead.
looks like he's loose almost.
Now 7 seconds behind.
It's X Insurance making up that room.
Mobile X is coming up on X Insurance South.
We've got a battle for second now. But a new leader, Monster Energy, Miller, and Coyle.
Wow.
3 laps to go.
Your leaders in the V, they got 2 left.
Off screen, Hancock Claims cruising through, and they lead in Super V. Monster Energy. They're pulling away from DeFalco. The question is, will X Insurance South and Mobile X catch DeFalco now?
Pothole Heroes definitely sounded like something was going on, something popping out of their engine as they went by there, so that's why they're starting to trail
What
back.
a battle for third here. X Insurance South, Dirty Money Racing, trying to hold off the international competitors, Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpatella.
And that DeFalco's just letting them go right by, it looks like. He has no power to be keeping up with those 2 boats there, and he's going to have to fall back to 4th right now.
So they'll move up to the podium. This is Monster Energy's race to lose. I mean, my goodness, they're just in the lead. They've got control of this thing.
Yeah, but
they're a good 20 seconds in front of their competitors.
But for Mobile X to creep up onto the podium now,
that's a big deal.
That makes things real interesting.
Oh, hops for Monster. Got to keep it together. They've got a big lead now. DeFalco having a mechanical and is now falling off pace. X Insurance South up to 2nd. Mobile X up to 3rd. We see our leaders coming around. They should be passing by on a lap that will leave them with 2 to go. Monster Energy, 110 miles an hour on that lap for the 438 skater. That boat has found speed.
Checked out. But who's in second now?
X Insurance South and Mobile X continue to battle for a top 3 position.
DSK's passed over Dart here too, so DSK all of a sudden is sitting 4th. DeFalco's 4th as well.
Dart's done. They're pulling in
right
to the
well,
infield.
Twisted was already done too, so that puts DSK 1 spot out on the podium there.
Yep. They're running a smart race.
A lot of racing happening off screen. We look over from the X Insurance Helicam. We saw X Insurance South leading.
Wow, look at those two.
Did DeFalco come by?
They did.
DeFalco came by, and then
4th.
GC is being just being able to hold off that North team there. North is making a huge run there, that X Insurance.
A lot of action happening off camera in front of the fans here at the VIP areas. Monster with a 21-second lead over X Insurance South.
You think Anthony Smith didn't want to beat the Knucklehead boat today? Because he usually throttled that boat.
Yeah, he came out. They've definitely early on. That Knucklehead was running nice with them, but there was no chance today. Farnsworth was just dialed in today all the way. And they slowly just continue to pull away as Knucklehead comes through.
Good look at the team Mobile X, 222 Offshore, Darren and Giovanni. Won here 2 years ago. One lap away from winning another Key West World Championship last year. Started on the outside of the grid today, and they battled their way up to 3rd place here.
Yeah, because they were well back at the start.
Just can't get around X Insurance South, who is probably running them around pretty well, and it's just not bumpy enough on the outside to try and really challenge someone to get them out of shape and get around them.
And Britt's not going to give them a line.
So your leader's coming back in, the penultimate lap of this Pro Class 1 race. Monster Energy turned the fastest lap of the day at 110.2 on the last one, unofficially. And here they come through again.
X Insurance South just slowed. Mobile X is up in a second, I'm pretty sure. X Insurance South went to the right and slowed way down.
That really opens up the door for somebody like the X Insurance North team or CG Racing to get back into this potentially.
Yeah, let's see who comes by in second
Because again,
here.
DeFalco's not running right.
Yep, Mobile X is now second.
It'll be interesting to see who comes in 3rd here. If DeFalco running not at full speed, if the South is coming off plane, we're going to be really
X Insurance is off plane, and
right. So that it would be interesting who comes in 3rd here. Will DeFalco take back advantage and get back on the podium? If they're not right, then can CG Racing or somebody from the bottom come up here and make a run?
Here's DeFalco.
Hey, sitting back 3rd. Here's X Insurance right next by side CG.
We'll give X Insurance 4th. GC 5th.
And that would be the X Insurance North. The South is the one that pulled off the course.
Yep.
One lap to go in Pro Class 1.
DSK is up to 4th.
Yeah, they should be next time. It should be checkered flag across the board here for both one. All the boats. Super V their final lap as well.
Monster Energy, your leader in Pro Class 1. Tyler Miller, Myrick Coyle, and the skater built by Peter Ledden with the Mercury Racing 1100 turbocharged engines.
That's the winner right there.
Yeah. Off camera, Hancock Claims comes through, takes the checkered flag in Super V. We've got a winner in Hancock Claims. Farnsworth Motorsports.
Congrats to Win Farnsworth.
Had a nice race going on there with Knuckleheads, and here is your overall leader, Pro Class 1. Moved up the ranks all the way to number 1 here, and they have a substantial lead.
Wow! Cortez Cove almost caught and passed the Knucklehead team for 3rd. That was much closer than you would have expected for 2nd and 3rd there.
Very close. Knuckleheads will hold on to 2nd. Going to keep you updated on where the boats are finishing. And I believe we have a finish in Pro Class 1. There's your winner today. Monster Energy came on with a blaze of speed, turned the fastest lap of the day at 110.2 10.9 miles an hour unofficially. Takes first place, a win today in the first day of the World Championship. Second goes to Mobile X, 222 Offshore.
Both those boats, like you said, had to work their way all the way from the back in order to make this go 1-2 for them today.
So that happened off screen. You have your top two boats finishing, and the boat that led the majority of this race.
Let's see if they come through in third.
And we're watching Knuckleheads heading back out for a lap, but we haven't seen DeFalco yet. Nope, that's XINSURANCE North.
XINSURANCE North is third.
Yeah, move up into the podium there.
Yep.
We do them kind of in DeFalco coming in fourth now. DC fifth. And that leaves just two more boats on the course at this point. Potholes and DSK Marine.
I almost don't know if I'm going to go talk to Billy.
Potholes sixth.
He and Mike aren't going to be happy. Yeah, X South, I'm wondering what's going on with them.
You know, and that's a tough one.
Because they just stopped and then they got right out, and we're looking at something.
Oh, they were definitely looking something in the water at the stern of the boat.
Which makes you wonder about the new tunnel tab. Did something...
Yeah, it's all speculation at this point. Hard to know.
A great job by X North to move up from last place to third.
Yeah,
that's
a lot of great moves here. That
that's
race,
a heck of a charge.
That pro class made a lot of great moves. Even the winners, Monster Energy with fifth place first time around.
Yeah,
and they ended up winning it.
DSK, fourth place. Good for them.
They're still running.
Oh,
they should be checkered across the board now.
Yeah, should be it for racing. What a day here in Pro Class 1 for the Monster Energy team. They've come on. They won the last race of the season in Clearwater and got their boat running fast to the finish. Big day for Mobile X, starting from outside on the grid. The former world champions here take second unofficially, and XINSURANCE North.
Too bad, one lap too late. Cortez had him on that extra lap there, but it's one lap too late, and again, they were right on their tail coming into that final checkered flag there, but Cortez is going to definitely put Knucklehead, you're on notice right now.
Yeah.
You're on big time notice. Not only did you came in third in those boats, and you looked like you were running well, so guess what? Here, be ready for the rest of the week. It's going to be a lot of good racing in that Super V. A lot of fun there, seeing that many good, powerful boats like that out there at the same class. It's been a while to hear that and feel that excitement.
Yeah, I mean, I could hear that clearly through the headset.
I'll tell you what, this team here, and where they came out of nowhere and got around DeFalco, Buis and Turk.
JJ Turk's first catamaran he's driven.
Right.
It's a 48-foot Class 1 boat.
That boat has gotten stronger
1.
and stronger.
Yep.
Throughout the season.
Good crew chief too, Gene Kleber. He used to be with CMS.
No, they're a solid crew. They really got that boat.
Let me make sure I got that name right.
See some of the
Gene Grieber. Sorry, Gene. A lot of experience on that team. Bill McComb being smart, getting his laps in. You never know.
Yeah, Dart gets
two more days of racing.
Yeah, Monster Energy is going to try and take its checkered flag here. See if we get a shot of that as they're heading to the pace boat right now. Wrapping up our coverage today here of today's races from the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte Products. We build performance into everything. Go to PorteProducts.com to see all that we can do for you. Special thanks to XINSURANCE Sports producing today's race, and we'll be back Friday with more action for you. Same race schedule. Early 3 races, later in the afternoon 4, and back Sunday for a full day here from the Outer Mole Race Village
presented by Mount Sinai Medical Center. Big day for Farnsworth Hancock Claims and Super V. They win. Monster Energy.
Didn't they podium in Supercat too?
They did.
Yeah.
Big day.
Great day for Anthony Smith.
Yes, sir. And fun guy to talk to. He's a great personality.
Oh yeah.
Really do love catching up with him.
Yeah, because you felt bad when he had that shot with AMH, and then all of a sudden the boat got sold, and you just wanted to see him get another shot in a good boat, and it's happening, and 2 of them, and he's making them good.
Taking a long time to get the cigarette hog lined up to get them where they can. Must be some tide flowing through there right now.
Yeah.
And they've got the maneuverability. Myrick and Tile are out on the deck as we watch the Mobile X team come through. They took second today in Pro Class 1 there in the center. You can see that they're trying to get the flag to Monster Energy to wrap up this race day. We appreciate you joining us. Get back with us on Friday and Sunday. If you're not going to be here watching the races live, be sure to join us on the live stream, Race World Offshore's Facebook page, YouTube channels, as well as our producers of the sport, the live stream, XINSURANCE Sports, on their channels, as well as watching their reels and great pieces that can give you insight into the sport of racing from this year and years past. On YouTube. So Monster Energy has their checkered flag and wrap up a great day of racing, and they're celebrating in the Monster Energy IMCON camp here today in Key West. That's going to wrap it up here for today's broadcast. Special thanks to Joey Cook and Eric Colby. We'll talk to you guys on Friday.
Yes, sir. Look for the Speed on the Water recap of today's events tomorrow.
And, of course, racing gets underway Friday.
And don't forget tomorrow night's big Speed on the Water charity auction.
Yeah, the charity auction, raising money for local charities. Tomorrow night we'll be on the air on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio at 5 o'clock with a great talk show. And we'll sign off with the Monster Energy team and their checkered flag from today's Pro Class 1 races. Talk to you on Friday, everyone. Thanks for joining us.